Hello everyone, welcome. This video isn't just about sleep, this is the journey into something far deeper, something darker. Before we begin, hit like, subscribe, and let me know where you're from. It's important, because what's about to unfold, you might want to make sure someone else is watching with you. Take a moment to settle in. You've heard it all before, haven't you? The little sounds in your house when you're alone. Maybe it's just the wind, maybe not. Maybe you're about to hear something that'll make you question your own sense of safety. Are you ready? The scratching always starts at exactly 3:17 a.m. Not the subtle creaks of your house settling. Not the faint scampering of mice behind the walls. But something deliberate. Something purposeful. It starts as one sharp scrape, then two, then three. Increasing each night, as if counting. One more scrape than the number of unread emails in your inbox. I first noticed the pattern 6 weeks ago. I wish I hadn't. My therapist, she called it digital hygiene. The ritual of clearing my inbox before bed. A harmless obsession, she said. A good habit. But I never told her what happens when I don't. When I fail. Because when I fail, something notices. And something punishes. It started small, just a few things that didn't seem right. The type of things you dismiss when you're too tired to think. I worked the night shift at a tech firm, and my inbox was always full. Emails stacked up, requests from colleagues, endless reminders. I was exhausted. And one night, I collapsed without clearing them. I thought nothing of it until I dreamed of something scraping against chalkboard, sharp and relentless. I woke up in a cold sweat. But I brushed it off as stress. Then, the marks on the attic door. 3 perfect lines. Carved into the wood. I convinced myself it was just a freak occurrence. Houses creak, wood splits, it happens. But when I cleared every message the next night, the marks disappeared. The door was smooth. Too smooth. Not worn, not weathered. Pristine, like it had never aged. For weeks, I maintained discipline. No matter how tired I was, no matter how much I drank, I kept my inbox clean. And for weeks, the marks didn't appear again. I convinced myself I was just imagining things. The connection wasn't real. But it wasn't until the Wilson project deadline that I found out how wrong I was. 3 all-nighters left 17 messages unanswered. Too exhausted to care, I shut my laptop and collapsed into bed without my ritual. That's when it came back. The scratching. But this time, it wasn't ashes. This time, it was worse. A small, hollowed-out figure. The unmistakable sound of cabinet doors creaking open and shut in a slow, deliberate rhythm. Sweat beaded down my forehead, despite the October chill. My throat went dry. And my pulse hammered in my ears. Rational thoughts, rodents, wind, pipes, fought for control. But my body knew the truth. Something was wrong. Something was waiting. I forced myself to climb the narrow staircase behind my closet, each creaking step echoing my fear. The sound of typing grew louder, faster. The whoosh of emails sent. The door to the attic was slightly ajar, pale blue light spilling through. The room was silent when I stepped into the attic. Save for the distant hum of a laptop. A pale blue glow illuminated dust particles. Frozen midair like suspended whispers. The IBM ThinkPad sat there, the one I discarded years ago. After the coffee spill. I knew the sound of those keys, but this was different. The laptop, unplugged, powered on by nothing but force unseen, was typing my own emails. But not emails from years ago, these were real-time messages. The ones I had just ignored. The message threads were all there, perfectly replicated. My sarcastic quips, my formal tone. My exact style. It wasn't possible. It wasn't real. I froze in the doorway. No mouse could type this fast. No wind could replicate the exact rhythm of my keystrokes. The light was wrong. The air was wrong. The sounds wrong. The laptop, older than I remembered, was sending my thoughts into the void. And as I stood there, heart pounding, watching my own life unfold on the screen, the room, the house, seemed to close in around me. Every email that I hadn't sent, every message I had left behind, this machine was responding to them. It was doing the work for me. No more mistakes. No more ignored messages. Everything was fixed. Too fixed. Too perfect. And then, I saw it. The signature of the emails was no longer mine. It was a signature I had never typed. A name that wasn't mine. Something was writing back for me. Something not of this world. Something that lived in the spaces I ignored. In the corners where I left things undone. And now, it wanted more. It wanted me to send the last email. The final reply. The one that would never be received. The laptop flickered out. The air went still. But the damage was done. I had invited something in. Something that thrived in the spaces I neglected. And now, no matter where I went, no matter how much I tried to leave it behind, I could still hear the tapping of keys in the silence. That noise, it never stops. I stumbled backward, my body pressed against the doorframe. The mechanical clacking of the laptop's keys didn't stop, it didn't even pause. It was as if the machine was beyond my reach now, its rhythm unyielding to anything I could do. My phone buzzed in my pocket, notifications from emails that were being answered upstairs by something that wrote exactly like me. Desperation clawed at me. I forced my legs to move. Gathering what little courage remained, I approached the machine. My hands shook. My breath ragged with fear. I reached out, fighting against every instinct that screamed for me to turn and run, to escape the nightmare unfolding. I slammed the laptop shut. Silence, deep, overwhelming silence, crashed down. For 3 heartbeats, I thought it was over. Then, an acid-hot breath rushed against the back of my neck. Not the imagined paranoia of being watched, but a wet, chemical exhalation, sharp and rancid, that made my skin crawl. Goosebumps erupted across my body. I whirled around, but there was nothing. Just empty air. And yet, the damage was done. The scratching started again, but this time, it wasn't just the attic door. It was everywhere. It was on the walls, the ceiling, the floor. The air was filled with the sound of invisible claws raking across the surface of my home. Wood curled away in thin ribbons, as if being peeled open, as if something was carving its way into this world from another. Then, something shifted. My name appeared, not scratched into the wood, but emerging from deep within it. The letters bulged and writhed, as though they were pushing through from some unseen dimension, carving themselves into the very grain of the paneling. My legs gave out beneath me. I collapsed onto the dusty floorboards, my phone clutched tightly in my shaking hand. The screen lit up. One new email. The subject line was empty. The sender, my own address. The email contained only 2 chilling sentences. Process pending on upper floor. Resume session immediately. I didn't wait. I bolted. I slammed the attic door behind me and fled downstairs, heart pounding in my chest, mind spinning with terror. I ran to the nearest all-night diner and sat there, trembling under the sterile fluorescent lights. I answered every email, cleared every notification, emptied every folder, anything to stop the haunting, anything to make it end. When I finally dared to return home, it seemed like nothing had happened. The attic door stood unmarked, ordinary. The house felt still. I checked the room upstairs. Empty. No laptop. No carved name. No trace of the nightmare. For 2 weeks, I maintained perfect digital discipline. I kept my inbox clear, answered every email, and kept up with my work. My colleagues noticed the change. They commented on my quick responses. My supervisor mentioned possible promotions. The house remained silent at night. Then came the international client crisis. Late-night conference calls with Tokyo. An avalanche of emails flooding in, demands that couldn't wait. By 2 a.m., 37 messages sat unanswered. I faced a decision: keep working or risk whatever waited for me. Upstairs, I chose sleep. I silenced notifications and buried my head under the pillows. 3:17 a.m. The scratching returned, but it was different now. It was no longer frantic or desperate. This time, it was methodical, almost professional, like it knew exactly what it was doing. Like it had learned how to work without me. My phone lit up with notifications. Emails answering themselves. Responses I hadn't written. Threads I hadn't resolved. My digital life was continuing without my input. The next morning, I checked my sent folder. Perfect responses to every email. Better than I would have written. More diplomatic, more thorough. My boss called to congratulate me on salvaging the Tokyo situation overnight. Now, I understand. I let the process run when deadlines overwhelm me. I pretend not to hear the typing upstairs. Pretend not to smell the faint trace of battery acid in the hallways. My career advances. My inbox remains at 0. But the process is changing. Last week, I found scratches inside my refrigerator, the cabinet doors, my shower tiles. Yesterday, I discovered my laptop answering emails I hadn't even received yet, responding to questions no one had asked. I wake sometimes to find myself already at my desk, typing without conscious thought. But there's something else. My reflection in the monitor, my eyes too wide. My smile too fixed. The scratching sounds, now they come from beneath my fingernails. Not the attic door anymore. No, the claws have moved closer. I've started receiving emails addressed to me, inviting me to meetings. The subject lines read, performance review. The location, upper floor. The time, 3:17 a.m. I've declined each invitation so far. But with every refusal, I find more scratches under my sheets, inside my medicine cabinet, along the inside of my throat. When I swallow, I don't know how much longer I can ignore it. It's been weeks now. The machine, whatever it is, has become a part of my life. I've learned to accept it. To let it happen when the pressure mounts. The emails answer themselves, the messages resolve. But I know, deep down, that this is only the beginning. Sooner or later, I won't have the strength to refuse the invitation. And when I don't, when I finally let myself go upstairs, I don't think I'll come back. The scratches are getting closer. Tonight, I have 38 messages requiring attention. It would take hours to address them properly. I glance at the screen, the cursor hovering over the power button. Sleep is so close now. So inviting. But upstairs, something is already typing. The air in my apartment grows heavier. Story 2. The first time it happened, I told myself it was the building settling. Old apartments make noise. Everyone knows that. The creaks, the groans. Just the normal life of an ancient structure. But buildings don't open books to specific pages. They don't underline passages with perfect precision, not when you're asleep. And they certainly don't leave behind the distinct, unnerving scent of fresh sawdust. I remember standing in my office that first morning, heart pounding against my chest as I stared at the open book on my desk. My copy of Creative Problem Solving and Engineering lay there. Spine facing up, open to page 127. A passage about recursive algorithms. Highlighted with exactness no human hand could replicate. The night before, that book had been shelved, neatly, spine pressed firmly against the wall. I was certain of it. The clock on the wall reads 7:15 a.m. I had woken at exactly 3:23 a.m., 1 minute after that phenomenon began. Though I wouldn't understand the significance of that time until later. A sound had pulled me from sleep, a soft thump followed by the whisper of pages turning. By the time I'd gathered enough courage to investigate, whatever had happened was complete. The eerie stillness of the room, the open book, and the peculiar highlight marked my first true encounter with this unsettling event. That first morning, I nearly called in sick. The logical part of my mind screamed at me, trying to convince me it was a coincidence. Something that could be explained. But the sense of something other in the air was overwhelming. My hands trembled as I picked up the book, my fingertips brushing against the highlighted text. A peculiar electrical tingle shot up my arm. The solution to the coding problem that had stalled my project for weeks suddenly crystallized in my mind, as if a fog had lifted, leaving me with perfect clarity. It wasn't just a solution. It was elegant, innovative. The kind of insight that gets people promoted. I should have been disturbed by how precise it all was. But instead, I was intrigued. Maybe too intrigued. 3 weeks later, I had received my first promotion in 5 years. The mysterious book incidents continued with clockwork regularity, always at 3:22 a.m., always providing the exact insight I needed for whatever project deadline loomed. Each morning, a new solution awaited me. It wasn't just a convenient coincidence, it was more like something, was tailoring my success for me. But something darker started to emerge. At first, the marginalia in the books were faint. Almost imperceptible marks in the margins beside the highlighted passages. But they grew more distinct over time. Calculations written in a spidery hand. Using ink so dark it seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. When I ran my fingers over the marks, I couldn't shake the sensation of fresh sawdust. No matter how much I washed my hands. Afterward, the smell lingered for hours, clinging to my skin like some haunting reminder. I mentioned the strange occurrences to my therapist during our monthly session. Dr. Matthews adjusted her glasses and suggested that maybe I was sleepwalking. Subconsciously manifesting solutions to my work problems. It made sense, on some level. But I nearly believed her until she casually asked about my family history of mental illness. Something in her clinical tone made me stop. I lied. I told her I'd set up cameras and discovered I was sleepwalking. She seemed relieved. I never brought it up again. But the notes in the margins didn't stop. They grew more extensive. Calculations gave way to comments. Comments turned to criticisms. And criticisms led to warnings. The handwriting remained the same. Tight, precise loops that looked almost like musical notation in places. Each word, each phrase, felt like instructions I was following without fully understanding. One night in early October, I decided to stop it. I deliberately shelved all my books with their spines facing inward. I locked my office door and placed a line of salt across the threshold. A superstitious gesture that embarrassed me even as I completed it. But something in my gut told me to try. At 3:22 a.m., I was jolted awake by a sound wooden mallets striking in unison. The rhythmic thumping was inescapable. The books on my shelves, they were moving. Their spines shifted, rearranged, as if being touched by invisible hands. I lay paralyzed in bed, drenched in cold sweat, as the thumping continued, thump, thump, thump. Like a heartbeat. My heartbeat. It accelerated to match the tempo, as if something was calling to Me. I stayed still, unwilling to face whatever force was manipulating my every move. The rhythm matched my own pulse now, unbreakable, inescapable. And I understood then. It wasn't just the books. It wasn't just the answers coming from nowhere. It was something far older. Something that had always been waiting. And as my pulse thudded in time, with the invisible hands at work, I realized I had never been in control at all. My chest tightened as though iron bands were constricting around my ribs. Then came the laughter. It was high, childlike, yet not childish. The sound echoed with pure cruel delight, as though it were emanating from within my own chest cavity rather than from the office beyond my bedroom wall. It wasn't the kind of laughter that invited joy, it was mocking, dark, sinister. By morning, my sheets were soaked with sweat. The house was still, as though it had never witnessed the horrors of the night. But in my office, 3 books lay open on my desk. Their pages marked more aggressively than ever before. The handwriting had grown more urgent, more insistent. The marginalia now contained a single, repeated phrase, "Payment comes due." I should have stopped it. I should have burned the books, moved apartments, perhaps even moved cities. But I didn't. Instead, I took the solution offered in those open pages. I completed my project 2 weeks ahead of schedule, and with the click of a handshake and the stretching of my face into an unnaturally wide smile, I accepted my second promotion. But I knew, deep down, that something darker was happening. And I had just paid the price. Sleep became elusive after that night. I would lie awake, staring at the ceiling, counting the seconds as the second hand of my clock ticked away. 3:21 a.m. A time I had come to dread. At first, I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping it would pass. Sometimes, nothing happened. On those nights, no books would be opened. No solutions would present themselves. I began to fear these silent nights more than the nights when the books revealed answers. At least then, there was progress. At least then, I could pretend everything was fine. But now, the absence of the books felt like an even darker omen, a signal that whatever force had taken hold of me had started to withdraw, readying itself for something worse. The smell of sawdust grew stronger. It clung to my clothes, my hair, my skin. It was as though the scent had become a part of me, invading my every pore. My colleagues noticed it first, their noses wrinkling as they suddenly moved away from me in meetings. My boss praised my innovative thinking, though there was always a distance between us, an extra foot. An extra breath of air he maintained. I bought stronger soap, industrial cleansers, and even scented candles, trying to rid myself of the smell. Nothing helped. It lingered, festering, reminding me of the price I was paying. Then, last week, I received the largest project of my career, a groundbreaking algorithm capable of predicting market fluctuations with unparalleled accuracy. The deadline was impossible. The reward for success? Monumental. The consequences of failure? Unspoken, but clearly catastrophic. For 6 nights, the books remained closed. No thumping, no laughter, no solutions appeared. The silence aided me, gnawing away at my focus. My anxiety spiraled as the deadline approached, with cold inevitability. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, couldn't concentrate. The air in my apartment grew thick, the smell of sawdust growing so intense that it felt as though I was inhaling it with every breath, filling my lungs with fine wooden particles. Then yesterday, I came home to find a book I'd never seen before resting on my desk. Its leather binding was unmarked, its pages thick and cream-colored. There was no title, no author, no publisher information. Nothing to explain its existence. My hand shook as I reached for it. Fingers hovering inches above its surface, a wave of cold dread washing over me. Something about the book felt wrong, like a warning. I poured myself 3 fingers of whiskey. needing to dull the fear, and drank it in one burning swallow. Then, with a sudden burst of courage, I opened the book. Inside was no text, no helpful passage or highlighted solution. Only a mirror. The surface of the mirror was cloudy, dull. My reflection stared back at me, but not as I was. As I watched, the horror crept up my spine, icy and slow. My face began to age. Wrinkles carved themselves around my eyes, deepened my forehead. My hair thinned, turned gray, and receded. My shoulders hunched. My skin sagged. My eyes clouded. Decades passed in seconds as my reflection withered before me. I felt like I was staring at the face of a man who had lived 100 years. A life spent consumed by ambition and sacrifice. A droplet of sweat fell from my brow and landed on the mirror's surface. The glass, if it was even glass, absorbed it like a sponge. My breath caught in my throat. I turned to look, but nothing was there. Light absorbing, like the ink in the margins of my books. Instinctively, I reached for my phone, activated the flashlight, and shined it onto the page. But the light didn't reflect. It vanished into the blackness of the mirror, as though the surface had swallowed it whole. Then, impossibly, it projected upward, onto my ceiling. Words began to form, glowing faintly, unstable as though written in fire. Every inspiration charges interest. Deadline ends at dawn. My heart thundered in my chest, threatening to burst. I slammed the book shut and backed away. My breath ragged, my skin cold with terror. I had seen the cost of my success. And I knew, with chilling certainty, that the price was still rising. I stumbled back, my calves hitting the edge of my bed, the book in front of me trembling like something alive. The leather cover pulsed in time with a heartbeat, stretching and contracting as though it were a living thing, trying to break free of its binding. The smell of sawdust intensified until I could taste it, my stomach heaving in protest. I doubled over, fighting the nausea that surged within me. When I finally straightened, the book had opened again, though I hadn't touched it. The mirror was gone. In its place, there was a contract. It was written in the same spidery, unnerving handwriting that had filled the margins of my books. The ink seemed to writhe, the words shifting in a way that made my skin crawl. At the bottom, a signature, my signature. Though I had no memory of signing anything. The terms were simple and horrifying. Every solution I'd been given wasn't a gift. Every promotion, every accolade, every success had been borrowed. And as with all loans, payment was required. The price? Time. My time. Years of my life, collected in advance through the mirror, held in escrow, waiting for the final deadline. If I could complete the impossible project by dawn, create something truly original, something not borrowed or stolen from the entity that had been helping me, I could repay the debt. But if I failed, if I couldn't create something that was truly mine, I would forfeit the remaining years of my natural life. They would be compressed into a single moment of agony, a payment of unimaginable cost. Then, the laughter started. It wasn't childlike anymore. It was ancient. It was knowing. It was the sound of something that had lived for eons, something that had seen the rise and fall of civilizations, of men, of gods. The laughter vibrated through my chest, making my ribs ache and my teeth chatter. And then, the books on my shelves began to thump their spines in unison. Thump, thump, thump. A heartbeat, a countdown, a reminder that dawn was coming, and I had precious little time left. I've been working through the night, fueled by terror and black coffee. My computer screen glows in the darkness as I type line after line of code, attempting to create something, anything, that might satisfy the debt. But the project is beyond me. Now, I know this. The solutions, the brilliance, they were never mine to begin with. Those insights were borrowed, granted by an unseen force, a force I had recklessly accepted in my hunger for success. Without it, I am mediocre, average, unremarkable. The sky outside my window is beginning to lighten, the dark of night giving way to pale gray. Dawn is coming. The deadline is nearing, and I can feel time closing in around me, suffocating me. The smell of sawdust is unbearable now. It fills my lungs, my chest, my throat. Every breath tastes like wood. It coats my skin, my clothes, and every part of me feels drenched in it, like it's part of me now. My fingers are cramping from exhaustion, my eyes burning from strain. And yet, I can't stop. I can't give up. Not yet. The books on the shelf have gone silent. They are waiting. Watching. As I write these words, a confession, a warning. I can feel time gathering around me, tightening around my neck like a noose, slowly squeezing. My reflection in the mirror book seems to grow darker, the calculations on the pages showing exactly how many years I borrowed: 17 years, 4 months, 12 days, and 9 hours, plus interest. I understand now what I didn't before. Success always comes at a cost. Inspiration isn't free. And some deadlines, once missed, can never be extended. I thought I could handle it. But now I know there is no escaping the debt. The first ray of sunlight has just broken over the horizon. Dawn is here. I have only moments left to create something truly mine. The clock is ticking. The moment of truth has arrived. Will I complete the impossible task? Will I find a way to create something that is truly original, something that belongs to me and no one else? Or will the price be my life? Will I lose everything, all the time I've borrowed? In an instant of agony, a moment that will feel like an eternity? I don't know. I don't know if I can finish it in time. But I know one thing with certainty. There is no going back. The debt has been paid. The books are silent. And now, I must face what I've unknowingly entered into. The cold fluorescent light of elevator P6 flickers, intermittently, casting momentary shadows across my face in the mirror. There's something wrong. Something not quite right. In the brief flickers between light and dark, I catch glimpses of something, someone, just behind my movements. A version of myself, lingering, half a second behind, mirroring my every motion. A delayed reflection that shouldn't exist. I've been taking this elevator for 5 years, but only now do I notice it. Perhaps it's always been there, quietly waiting for me to see it. My name is Daniel Mercer. I'm a financial analyst at Meridian Tower, a 50-story monument to corporate excess in downtown Chicago. What I'm about to share doesn't fit into the world I know. It doesn't follow the rules of logic. And yet, I write these words with clinical precision, as though documenting my final moments. Because I fear that if I don't, no one will believe me. 3 weeks ago, I arrived early for the quarterly earnings presentation. The underground parking garage was a concrete tomb, eerily silent, as I descended to level P6, the deepest level of the building. There was only the distant hum of the ventilation system and the occasional drip of water from pipes above. I parked in my usual spot, took the elevator to the lobby, and made my way inside. My footsteps echoed off the bare walls of the garage. The elevator doors slid open with a muted chime. Inside, the harsh lighting always made me look sickly, accentuating the dark crescents beneath my eyes, the result of too many late nights spent chasing numbers and deadlines. But today, something was different. I adjusted my tie and pressed the button for the 37th floor. The elevator doors closed with a soft chime, sealing me inside. As the box ascended, I noticed something peculiar. My movements in the mirrored wall lagged by the slightest margin. Perhaps half a second. I raised my hand. My reflection followed, but it was delayed, a subtle Unnatural hesitation. I dismissed it as sleep deprivation, a trick of the light caused by too many 18-hour workdays and not enough rest. Then, I saw it. My reflection raised its right index finger to the mirror's surface, tracing letters in the non-existent condensation on the glass. But my actual finger remained at my side. My stomach churned as I watched phantom letters appear on the mirror, DESCE. My reflection continued to trace the message, finishing with a simple command, go down. A cold weight settled in my chest. I blinked hard, trying to will the image away. Convinced I was hallucinating, I squeezed my eyes shut. But when I opened them again, the message had vanished. The elevator continued its ascent, passing P3, P2, P1, the lobby, and climbing higher. I was about to convince myself the incident had been a trick of the light, a product of exhaustion, when the vibrations started. The walls of the elevator began to vibrate. Not the usual gentle tremor of normal operation, but violent, unnerving shakes that made the lighting flicker wildly. The unmistakable sound of metal cables straining filled the small space. The noise was so loud, so jarring, that I thought something might snap. I lunged for the emergency button, heart racing, but before my hand could reach it, the vibration stopped. The elevator resumed its smooth climb as if nothing had happened. Floor 22, 23, 24, no problem. But when I looked back at the mirror, my reflection was perfectly synchronized again, as if nothing had ever been amiss. Later that morning, I made inquiries about the elevator's maintenance schedule. The building manager assured me that all systems had been thoroughly checked the previous week, and no issues had been found. When I mentioned the vibrations, he casually suggested it might have been a power surge. His dismissal almost convinced me to forget the entire incident, almost. But deep inside, I knew something wasn't right. The next day, I took the stairs to the 37th floor. My colleagues remarked on my flushed, sweaty appearance and asked if I was feeling unwell. I muttered something about needing more exercise, brushing off their concerned glances. I avoided the elevator for 3 days, managing to steer clear of it until a mandatory meeting on the 48th floor forced me back into its grip. Standing in the elevator lobby, watching the illuminated numbers count down, I felt sweat beading on my forehead. The doors slid open, and I stepped inside with 4 other people, positioning myself as far from the mirrored wall as I could. But even from the corner of my eye, I couldn't ignore it. My reflection raised its hand and adjusted its tie, just like I had done a moment earlier. Except I had left my hands at my sides. No one else noticed. They were all absorbed in their phones, or staring at the floor numbers as they ticked higher. But I couldn't look away. My reflection's eyes locked with mine, and I saw its lips curl into a sardonic, mocking smile. I was frozen. The doors opened at the 48th floor, and I nearly knocked people over in my panic to exit. After that day, the incidents became more frequent, more brazen. Each time I was forced to take the elevator, my reflection would act independently in subtle ways. It would check its watch, but I wasn't wearing one. It would straighten its collar when mine was already perfectly adjusted. Once, it winked at me while I was mid-conversation with a colleague. I began documenting these occurrences in a journal, writing down the date, time, and specific action of each anomaly. When I looked back at the entries, I saw a disturbing pattern forming. The reflections were becoming more assertive, more deliberate in their attempts to communicate. In one particularly unsettling incident, my reflection pointed urgently to the ceiling of the elevator, its mouth moving as if it were speaking, but no sound came. I couldn't understand the words, but the desperation was clear in its expression. I consulted a neurologist, describing symptoms of migraines and visual disturbances, without revealing the true nature of my concerns. The brain scan showed nothing abnormal. The doctor, after a thorough evaluation, suggested stress as the likely culprit. He recommended therapy and reducing my work hours. Surprisingly, my supervisor was understanding. When I asked for a temporary reduction in responsibilities. But I knew, deep down, that something far darker was at play. No matter how much I tried to explain it away. The feeling lingered, the sense that something was watching, waiting, and that my reflection was no longer my own. With each passing day, I became more desperate. The boundary between reality and something else was blurring. I feared what would happen when the reflection became more than just a warning. And I couldn't escape it. Not now. Not ever again. Perhaps my deteriorating appearance. The pronounced dark circles under my eyes, the tremor in my hands, the weight I'd lost, made my request for a temporary reduction in work hours seem reasonable. But I didn't tell the neurologist that I had been spending hours researching elevator accidents in the building. I didn't mention how I had started visiting fringe online forums, places dedicated to supernatural phenomena and mirrors, hoping to find an explanation that made sense. One night, working late, I found myself alone in the office. The blue glow of my computer screen illuminated stacks of financial reports as I tried to focus on work, forcing myself to ignore the growing obsession creeping in the back of my mind. The clock read 11:43 p.m. when I finally admitted defeat. I packed my briefcase and made my way to the stairwell, too exhausted to drive. But before I could take the stairs, a sudden power outage plunged the entire floor into darkness. Emergency lights flickered on, casting an eerie red glow throughout the office. A recorded voice echoed in the stillness, announcing that the building's backup generators would restore power shortly and that all elevators were temporarily inoperable. I stood in the doorway of the stairwell, weighing my options. 37 flights of stairs in my exhausted state seemed impossible. But before I could decide, the lights flickered back to life. The elevators chimed in unison, signaling their return to service. Too tired to think clearly, I reluctantly approached elevator P6, the same one that had always haunted me. The doors opened, inviting me inside. I kept my eyes fixed firmly on the control panel, refusing to look at the mirror that had tormented me so many times before. The descent began smoothly. Floor 36, 35, 34, everything seemed normal at first. But despite my best efforts to ignore it, my eyes betrayed me. They were drawn back to the reflection in the glass. What I saw caused my heart to stutter in my chest. My reflection was standing with its back to me, facing the depths of the mirror as if it were looking into another world, another place. Frozen in horror, I watched as it slowly turned its head. Just its head, a full 180 degrees, to stare back at me. Its eyes were darker than my own, deeper, like two black pools that sucked in light. Its mouth moved. "You should have listened." Before I could react, the elevator jerked violently, throwing me against the wall. The lights flickered again, and in the momentary darkness, I felt something cold press against the back of my neck. When the lights returned, my reflection was facing forward again. But this time, it stood with its hand on the emergency stop handle. I lunged forward, shouting, "No!" My voice echoed in the confined space, but my reflection didn't flinch. Instead, it pulled the handle. The elevator didn't stop, though. What happened next was impossible. The mirror seemed to open inward, like a door. Behind it, a yawning darkness stretched, infinite and consuming. My reflection gave me one last sardonic smile before it leaped backward into the void. The elevator shuddered to a halt, suspended between floors. For several seconds, there was absolute stillness and unnatural silence. Then, without warning, the doors opened normally, as though nothing had happened. The lobby was in front of me. I stumbled out, aware of the security guard's questioning look as I passed. It wasn't until I reached my car that I realized something was missing, my tie. My hand flew to my throat, feeling the top button of my shirt still fastened. But the tie, completely gone. The next day, I called in sick. I spent hours pacing my apartment, caught between believing I was having a psychotic break and the terrifying possibility that something truly supernatural was happening. Late in the afternoon, I received a call from building security. During routine maintenance of elevator P6, they had found my tie, caught in the mechanism behind the control panel. They wanted me to confirm it was mine and explain how it had gotten there. I went to the building where the head of maintenance showed me the tie. It was frayed and oil-stained, and he explained that they had to dismantle part of the elevator to retrieve it. According to him, it was physically impossible for the tie to have entered the machinery from the cabin. Yet there it was, caught in the elevator's mechanisms. While they focused on the tie, I stared at the elevator mirror. My reflection was perfectly synchronized for the first time in weeks. But something was different. The eyes that stared back at me seemed emptier, as though a part of me had already been taken. My posture was slightly off. I raised my hand to my face, and my reflection did the same. Perfect timing. But as I lowered my hand, I noticed something. The reflection's pinky finger twitched slightly after mine had stopped moving. It was subtle, barely noticeable, but it was enough to make my blood run cold. That night, unable to sleep, I researched the history of the building. Meridian Tower had been constructed 15 years ago, but the land it was built on had a darker past. Before the tower, it was home to a psychiatric hospital that had closed in the 1970s after allegations of patient mistreatment. I found myself wondering, could this building be haunted by the souls of those who had suffered there? Or was there something darker, something older, at work? Whatever the answer, I knew one thing for certain now. I was never truly alone in Meridian Tower. And I might never escape it. One account particularly caught my attention. A patient who claimed his reflection was trying to switch places with him. It was an unsettling story, one that resonated with the growing fears I couldn't shake. I've been sleeping poorly, haunted by dreams of falling endlessly through darkness. Sometimes, I wake believing I'm on the other side of a mirror, looking out at a world that's almost, but not quite my own. Everything is reversed, slightly delayed, as if I'm the reflection now. This morning, I noticed a small scratch on my cheek that I don't remember getting. In the bathroom mirror, I watched as my reflection raised its hand to touch the same spot on its face before I had moved. The scratch seemed deeper in the reflection, almost like a deliberate mark. An intentional wound that I had no memory of inflicting. I've started covering the mirrors in my apartment, hoping that by blocking the reflections, I can stop what's been happening. At work, I use the stairs exclusively now, no matter how many floors I need to climb. My colleagues have started to avoid me, exchanging worried glances when they think I'm not looking. My supervisor suggested I take an extended leave of absence. I agreed, but I have no intention of staying away from the building. Tomorrow, I'm going back to elevator P6. This time, I'll press the button for the lowest level, P6, where all of this began. I need to understand what my reflection was trying to tell me. Why it wanted me to go down instead of up. What waits for me in the depths of the parking garage, I cannot say. But I suspect that whatever entity has been watching me through the mirror will be there, wearing my face, adjusting its tie with half-second precision. I leave this account as testimony. If you ever find yourself in Meridian Tower's elevator P6 and notice your reflection moving just out of sync, don't ignore the warning. Go down when it tells you to. Some doors aren't meant to be opened, and some reflections aren't meant to act on their own. I fear I've released something that should have remained trapped on the other side of the glass, something that now walks among us, wearing a familiar face while the true owner watches helplessly from behind countless mirrored surfaces, pounding silently for release. And if you see me in the elevator, adjusting my tie with a sardonic smile, run. Because it won't be me anymore. I'll be the one half a second behind, trapped in the reflection, trying desperately to warn you about what comes through when the mirror breaks. I still remember the moment the first cold shiver traveled down my spine. It was a Friday afternoon, the office lights casting a sterile glow across the sea of identical cubicles. Outside, a gray sky pressed down on the city. My heart pounded in my chest, not because I was nervous, but because I knew exactly what time it was. 4:40 p.m. That was when everything always shifted, like clockwork. And it all began with a relic I had carelessly picked up at a nautical fair, a simple, unassuming brass compass that had inscribed itself into my life with an uncanny sense of possession. I am not a superstitious person by nature. I used to laugh off ghost stories and regard talk of cursed objects as mere entertainment. But no amount of rational thought could dispel the creeping horror that invaded my every moment once I brought that compass into my office. I had found it weeks ago at a rickety stand in a local maritime market. The seller claimed it had belonged to a 19th century admiral, a cherished artifact imbued with centuries of seafaring wisdom. At the time, it seemed like an interesting, if somewhat kitschy, addition to my desk. But none of that flamboyant sales pitch compared to the real effect it had when I placed it there. For the first time, the compass was a small, heavy piece of brass with a tarnished finish, covered in faint etchings and swirl patterns along its edges. Despite its age, the glass protecting the needle was surprisingly clear, and I could see the pointer trembling there, as if agitated. The moment I set it next to my keyboard, I felt a shiver up my spine. I noticed something odd. The needle of the compass shifted slightly, then stopped, unwavering. It pointed directly at my chest. At first, I thought it was just detecting some magnetic field from my phone or computer. But the longer I stared at it, the more I realized something was wrong. When I attempted to rotate the compass manually, the metal heated up in my hand. A burning sensation radiated from it, forcing me to release it. There was a brittle crack from within the brass casing, as though the metal itself had reached a breaking point. But it cooled down moments later, leaving behind a lingering sense of dread that refused to leave me. I tried to brush off the incident, telling myself that it was nothing more than a random, harmless occurrence. But that sense of dread didn't fade. It followed me, quietly gnawing at my thoughts. And as I sat at my desk, watching the needle of the compass quiver, as though alive, I couldn't help but wonder what I had brought into my life. What influence had I invited into my world when I carelessly placed that cursed relic on my desk? I couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching me, that it knew more than it should. And now, I was too far in to turn back. From that day forward, I couldn't shake the odd sensation that I was being watched. It wasn't just a feeling of eyes on my back, but a deep, unsettling awareness that I was being observed from every angle all the time. It was as though the compass, with its unwavering pointer, had transformed into an invisible eye, pinned to my chest. I started checking it with growing anxiety each time I passed my desk. Every time the needle pointed at me, never veering more than a fraction of an inch. I felt a creeping dread settle in my stomach. The strangest occurrences began to happen every Friday at precisely 4:40 p.m. sharp. The needle would suddenly spin in a frenzy, scraping against the glass as if possessed, only to halt abruptly, aimed directly at whichever emergency exit was closest. It didn't matter if I was on the second floor or the 16th. The compass always pointed to the right door. That was also the exact moment I would receive an email from an unnamed sender, containing word-for-word transcripts of highly confidential Conversations that had taken place at my company earlier in the week. I remember telling a colleague, using careful guarded phrases, that it felt like someone in the building was pranking me. But when I looked up, my coworker's expression had shifted, his eyes darting nervously toward the compass on my desk. Nobody wanted to talk about it openly. Through overheard fragments, I gathered that rumors were beginning to spread about me, talk of dark energies, ill omens, and the compass I had brought into the office. I pretended not to hear them, but deep down, I felt every stare, the invisible weight of their gaze pressing on the back of my neck. Then, one Friday, 4:40 p.m. arrived again. My heart raced, my pulse pounding in my ears. I could feel the tension mounting in the air, anticipating the inevitable mania of the spinning needle. Sure enough, it went berserk. The metal scraped the glass with a high-pitched shriek. Then it halted, aligning itself precisely with the bright red sign marking the emergency staircase. Almost immediately, my inbox pinged. An anonymous email appeared, with the subject line simply, "Reading, transcript." Inside, I read something that made my stomach turn to ice. It was the exact record of a private management meeting I had attended. Every word I had spoken, laid out in unnerving detail. There was no signature. No indication of the sender, just the text and a single line at the end. "Go now. Follow it." I didn't know what to do. My hands trembled so badly that my mouse nearly slipped from my grip. A nerve in my forehead pulsed, adrenaline flooding my system. My suit felt too tight. My tie threatening to strangle me. I finally stood up, drawn by some force. A compulsion I couldn't resist. I walked toward the exit door, my mind whirling with confusion. The hallway was eerily silent, as though the entire building had fallen still. Even the distant hum of the air conditioning felt muted. My breathing shallow. I pushed open the heavy steel door and found myself standing in the deserted corridor by the emergency stairs. The moment I stepped past the threshold, I felt the compass in my pocket vibrate. Like a phone on silent mode. An unsettling warmth spread from it, and the air grew thick, tinged with a metallic, salty smell. Then, a flicker of light danced in front of me, as if a projector were casting some archaic film onto the wall. But what I saw was no ordinary image. A churning sea, dark blue waves capped with white foam, roiled in the cramped office corridor. The wind that accompanied it felt shockingly real, blowing against my face with a salty gust that made my eyes water. I stumbled back in disbelief, hearing the faint roar of a storm, though I knew I was still indoors. Papers that had been pinned to bulletin boards came loose, swirling around me before falling in a sudden mess at my feet. Each paper bore a rubber stamp and block letters that read, "Imminent insubordination." My heart hammered in my chest. My limbs shook violently, almost making me drop the compass as I pulled it from my pocket. The compass was scalding to the touch. Yet, I couldn't release it, drawn by some bizarre magnetism. The roiling sea in the hologram grew more tumultuous, and the corridor lights flickered in sync with each crashing wave. I fought to keep my composure, feeling my pulse throb in my temple. A swirling panic rose inside me, and I broke into a cold sweat. Then, as quickly as it had come, the vision winked out. The hallway returned to its mundane fluorescent glare, littered with scattered documents. I realized I was gripping the compass so tightly that my knuckles were white. I nearly sprinted back to my desk, my breath ragged, heart pounding so loudly that I was sure everyone in the office must hear it. But the terror that gripped me was not just from what I had seen, no, it was the realization that something had been pulling the strings all along. And now, I could no longer escape it. The compass was no longer just an object, it had become an anchor. And I was tethered to it. But few people were around that late on a Friday. Those who were remained huddled in their cubicles, Their faces turned intently toward their screens, oblivious to the creeping madness gnawing at me. I didn't speak a word to anyone as I grabbed my coat and left, feeling the compass's hot weight in my pocket like a branding iron. That night, I slept with the curtains drawn and the lights on, unable to shake the dread that clung to me like a second skin. My body jerked awake multiple times, drenched in sweat, haunted by visions of wave-splashed corridors and cryptic stamps on official documents. Over and over, I felt the breath of some invisible presence lingering just out of sight. The following week felt like a slow descent into paranoia. Every time I thought my phone was vibrating, I'd check it, only to find there were no messages. My coworkers started avoiding me, their whispers lowering to hushed tones when I passed. One day, the head of my department asked me how I was doing, though not with any real compassion, more like professional curiosity. I replied that I was just fine, that I had some personal matters to attend to. I tried to sound calm, but inside, my stomach twisted in knots. Sweat beaded on my upper lip as I lied, pretending I wasn't losing my mind. I refused to take out the compass that day, fearing what my manager might see if it started glowing or spinning again. Instead, I kept it locked in my drawer, but I could still feel it. It was like an insect scratching to get out, always pressing on my mind. On Thursday, I had a moment of fleeting courage. I resolved to get rid of it once and for all. I finished my tasks early and took the compass to the furnace room in the basement, a rarely used space under the parking garage. The air there was thick with dust and the smell of damp concrete. My heart pounded as I set the compass on the floor. I searched the room for something heavy, a chunk of scrap metal, or a hammer. I wanted to smash it to end whatever twisted bond it had with me. I found a rusted piece of pipe, lifted it over my head, and prepared to bring it crashing down on that tiny brass sphere. But as soon as I held the pipe high, I felt an excruciating heat radiate from the compass. The pipe turned scorching hot in my hands, forcing me to drop it with a loud clang that echoed around the chamber. My eyes watered from the pain, and I gasped for breath. The compass shimmered in the low light, untouched and mocking. It seemed to know I couldn't destroy it. In the pit of my stomach, a sense of doom sank in. My knees shook so violently I had to brace myself against a nearby wall. I scooped up the damn thing, feeling like it was physically pulling me, and stumbled out of the basement, hearing my own ragged breaths echoing in the stairwell. That night, I told myself it was all in my head, a stress reaction from too many late hours at the office. But in the mirror, I saw dark circles under my eyes, and my hands wouldn't stop trembling. When I finally collapsed into bed, I dreamed of that roiling sea again. Only this time, the horizon was ablaze with a sickly orange glow. As the waves crashed, I saw silhouettes of tall ships with ragged sails, crossing the corridor like ghostly apparitions. I woke up to the sound of my own frantic breathing, realizing that dawn was still hours away. Friday came again, and the hours leading up to 4:40 p.m. felt like pure torture. My body buzzed with nervous energy, and each tick of the clock made my chest feel tighter. I found myself glancing at my inbox repeatedly, anticipating the anonymous email that always arrived. My colleagues were cautious around me, as though I were radioactive. The only solace was the coffee machine's repetitive hum, which I used like a mantra to stay grounded. But the more I tried to calm myself, the more insidious the dread became. At exactly 4:39 p.m., my phone pinged. My heart jumped into my throat. I checked my inbox. There was a single blank message, no subject, no sender. Just a timestamp that read 4:40 p.m. It was as though the message had arrived seconds early, a final warning. A cold sweat broke out along my neck. My pulse throbbed, and I let out a shaky breath. I stared at the clock as the second hand inched forward until it hit 4:40. The compass in my pocket roared to life, vibrating with impossible intensity, as though the world was about to break apart. I knew what was coming. I had no choice but to follow. The dread gnawed at me, but I couldn't resist. Something was pulling me in, forcing my hand. And this time, there would be no escape. The compass had its hold on me. And it was time to see where it would take me. I yanked the compass out of my pocket, ignoring the blistering heat that surged from it. The needle spun so fast it blurred, then snapped to a stop, aimed directly at the main lobby doors leading outside. A ringing filled my ears, and the edges of my vision blurred. Another ping from my computer. I forced myself to look at the new email. They know. That was all it said. My stomach knotted so hard I nearly doubled over. I rushed out of my cubicle, the fluorescent lights dimming momentarily, as if the building had experienced a power surge. The air tasted stale and metallic on my tongue, and my breathing came in shallow gasps. I found myself half jogging toward the lobby, the weight of the compass dragging my arm downward, pulling me closer to whatever awaited me. In the corridor leading to the main doors, I felt the familiar gust of wind again. My tie whipped against my shoulder, and I smelled that haunting mix of salt and rain. I glanced at the walls and saw flickers of an endless ocean on the polished floor tiles, as if the very building had become submerged. The overhead lights buzzed and flickered, revealing watery reflections that distorted the hallway into an unsettling mirage. My steps faltered, and each footfall echoed like a drip in some vast cavern. Something brushed past me, intangible, but forceful enough to make me stagger. The sensation was sharp and sudden, like a cold hand passing through me. I pressed on, my heart pounding so fiercely that I feared it might burst. The large glass doors loomed ahead, a threshold I felt I had no choice but to cross. But right before I reached them, my boss emerged from the left corridor. Her expression was severe, her eyes fixed on me with an unsettling intensity. She asked if I was leaving early, but her voice held an edge, more like a command than a question. I mumbled something incoherent, a half-formed excuse about not feeling well, never daring to mention the hallucinations or the compass. Her posture suggested suspicion. She mentioned that she had heard strange rumors about me and was concerned about my recent behavior. I nodded, forced a polite smile, and inched closer to the exit, gripping the compass in my clammy hand. My skin tingled, expecting another wave of supernatural imagery at any second. There was a tension in the air, as though the storm I had felt earlier was about to break. At her question about whether I was behind some bizarre leaks, I responded in a wavering voice that I didn't know anything about them. She said I should consider taking some time off. I nodded once more, offering no resistance, my breath shallow, my mind teetering on the edge of collapse. Without further challenge, she stepped aside, and I made my escape through the glass doors onto the street. Outside, the roar of traffic, the flicker of neon signs, and the blare of horns offered a jarring contrast to the suffocating silence of the office halls. I walked fast, weaving through the crowd on the sidewalk, the compass still pointed at my chest, as though shackled to my heartbeat. With every step, the sense of being followed intensified. My legs felt rubbery, and sweat trickled down my back, though the city lights blazed overhead. I felt something lurking just out of sight, reflected in every window I passed. The feeling of being pursued grew stronger with each step. When I finally reached my apartment, I locked the door behind me, but I knew it wouldn't stop whatever was coming for me. The normalcy of my living room did nothing to soothe me. I stood frozen as I realized that I still clutched the compass. The needle was steady, unwavering, aimed directly at my chest. I refused to set it down. It felt as if putting it aside would open some door I couldn't close. Again. That night, I stayed awake, reading the transcripts I had printed, every anonymous email, every conversation I had received. They seemed to chronicle a growing divide at my workplace. References to mutiny, insubordination, and a storm that mirrored the illusions I had witnessed. My name came up repeatedly, woven into rumors of exposing corporate misconduct or leading a rebellion. None of it made sense. Yet, it all felt chillingly believable. At some point, I dozed off, but the nightmares continued. Dawn broke when I jerked awake from another dream of surging waves. The compass felt icy cold in my hand, a stark contrast to the burn I had felt before. My heart hammered with dread. A stinging realization pricked my consciousness. The object I had scoffed at as mere superstition had begun to steer my life as surely as it had once guided an admiral on the high seas. I understood now. The compass wasn't just a relic. It had its own purpose, its own force. And I had become a part of its terrible design. I had no choice but to follow its call. What lies ahead, I don't know. But the compass, the curse, it's only just beginning. And I fear I may have already crossed a line that can never be undone. It was no longer just a tool. It was an entity, one that thrived on secrets and fear. The moment I realized this, I decided to confront it. Standing in my living room, legs trembling, I stared down at the time-worn brass. My breathing was shallow, and every muscle in my body tightened, as if preparing for an oncoming storm. I remembered the hologram of the roiling ocean. The document stamped with imminent insubordination, all the eerie signs. The overwhelming feeling of being drawn into something I couldn't escape. I recognized that the compass was either warning me or pushing me, or maybe both. I vowed then and there to stop this cycle. I would never open another anonymous email. I would keep my head down, do my job, and not allow the compass to dictate my path. It wouldn't be easy, but I had to try. The final jolt of fear coursed through me when I felt a low vibration from the compass in my hand. The needle moved away from my chest and pointed directly at the door to my apartment. It was a chilling reminder that the cycle hadn't broken, that it still had a hold on me. But this time, I didn't follow. My heart pounded in my chest. The beat so loud I thought the whole building could hear it. My breath caught in my throat. Yet, despite the growing terror, I stood firm. For a moment, I thought I heard the faint crashing of distant waves, the salt air carrying through the darkness. My palms dampened as I tightened my grip on the compass, refusing to give in. And then, slowly, the needle swung back to my chest, as if accepting my refusal. I stood there, half expecting to see the spectral ocean rising up, the water lapping at the walls. But there was only the quiet hum of the refrigerator, the first gray light of dawn leaking through the blinds, and my own ragged breath. The feeling that had consumed me receded a little, but it didn't leave. I couldn't shake the overwhelming sense that I had merged with the compass in some inexplicable way. Even now, as I stand here in the morning light, compass in hand, I sense a new wave of dread building inside me. Maybe the real torment wasn't the compass itself, but the knowledge it carried. The secrets it revealed about my workplace and my own uncertainties. As my pulse gradually slowed, I felt neither relief nor triumph. What I felt was an unsettling awareness that this bond one had with the compass, whatever it truly was, had become part of me. The next Friday will come soon. Enough, and I know exactly what will happen at 4:40 p.m. But this time, I am determined. I refuse to be a puppet to its supernatural whims. If the illusions come, let them come. If emails flood my inbox, so be it. I've decided not to run. My skin is clammy, my heart pounding, and a tremor runs through my fingers, but I won't give in. The compass points at me like an accusing finger, but I won't let it command me anymore. A final, uneasy thought gnaws at my mind. What if the compass isn't done revealing its purpose? What if those swirling visions of accursed ocean and mutinous ships are only fragments of a deeper conspiracy waiting to surface? I can't know for sure. All I can do is brace myself. Heart racing, palms sweating, for the next storm it conjures. Somehow, I suspect that this voyage, whatever it may be, is far from over. And that is what truly terrifies me. The darkness wasn't just the absence of light. It was a presence. I felt it coil around me the moment the power cut, plunging my apartment building into absolute blackness. My phone's flashlight offered brief reassurance, a small sliver of light in an ocean of shadow, until I found my emergency candles. Their tiny flames flickered nervously, casting twisted shadows across the walls. Shadows that seemed more alive than they had any right to be. That February night brought an unexpected ice storm. Tree branches snapped under the weight of frozen rain, and power lines surrendered to the relentless forces of nature, leaving the city cold, still, and quiet. I had experienced blackouts before, but something about this one felt wrong. A primal warning that pricked at the back of my neck. I tried to rationalize my growing unease. The building was just settling in the cold. The wind was playing tricks through old ventilation shafts, creating eerie sounds. But the noises from upstairs didn't fit these explanations. Heavy, deliberate footsteps crossed the ceiling, my ceiling, which should have been impossible. I lived on the top floor. There was nothing above me but the maintenance access to the roof, unoccupied and locked. The footsteps continued, followed by a soft scraping sound. My heart accelerated as I strained to identify the noise. It reminded me of fingernails dragging across textured wallpaper, but amplified, like something invisible was clawing its way across the ceiling. The candles flickered, despite the absence of any draft, casting monstrous shapes that seemed to reach toward me. I should have called someone, but cell service was spotty during storms, and the building's emergency landline was 3 floors down in the lobby. I stood frozen, my breath caught in my chest. The footsteps came again, this time louder, closer. I felt a shiver travel up my spine as I realized the sound was right above me. And yet there was no one else in the building. No one but me. The scraping sound grew. The vibrations of unseen claws scratching against the very foundations of the building. I had to do something. But what? The silence in the room became stifling. I reached for the candles again, trying to force myself to take a deep breath, to calm down. But the air felt wrong. It felt thick, pressing in on me from all sides. The shadows seemed to stretch, growing darker and deeper as I stood, paralyzed, in the center of the room. And then, the footsteps stopped. I knew, then, that something was waiting. Something had been waiting for me to notice. And I couldn't escape it now. Besides, who would I call? The super wouldn't venture out in this weather for strange noises. The police would dismiss it as the building creaking. I needed to investigate myself. Hesitation gripped me as I weighed my options, all of which felt wrong. The building was over 100 years old, renovated multiple times with questionable workmanship. Perhaps someone had accessed the roof maintenance area illegally, seeking shelter from the storm. Or worse, they had broken in knowing the security system would be compromised by the outage. As I gathered the courage to investigate, something new began. A sound so out of place it froze the breath in my lungs. Voices. Distant yet distinct. They echoed down the stairwell outside my apartment. The words were incomprehensible at first, but the cadence was unmistakable. Latin. I recognized the rhythm from my university courses years ago, though this wasn't conversational Latin. It was something deeper, more archaic. A ritualistic chant that rose and fell with unnerving precision. My mouth went dry as I moved toward my door. The rational part of my brain tried to catalog possible explanations. A recording from another apartment, Catholic seminary students from 2 blocks over seeking shelter. Or perhaps my mind was just creating patterns out of the storm's ambient noise. None of these explanations felt convincing, especially as the chanting grew louder, more insistent. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the dropping temperature. My hands trembled as I lit a larger candle and placed it in a hurricane lamp. I grabbed my keys and a heavy flashlight, preparing for illumination and, if necessary, defense. The hallway outside my apartment was a void. My candle revealed only a few feet ahead, the flames corona barely reaching the walls. The chanting had subsided, but the footsteps above continued, now directly over the hallway ceiling. Each step forward was a battle against the instinct to retreat, the undeniable urge to leave this terrifying place behind. The stairs ascended into absolute darkness. I raised my light, revealing scuffed steps and peeling paint, but nothing out of the ordinary. Yet, as I climbed, the temperature dropped noticeably. My breath crystallized in the beam of my flashlight, and the higher I climbed, the colder it became. My fingers stiffened around the lamp handle, and my ears ached from the chill. At the top of the stairs, the maintenance door stood, closed but unlocked. Its padlock was hanging open on the hasp. A cold shock of adrenaline rushed through me. Someone had been here recently. For a moment, I considered turning back, calling for help somehow, but my curiosity and indignation overwhelmed caution. This was my building, my home. I needed to know what had been happening here. I pushed the door open with the flashlight. The maintenance corridor stretched before me, windowless and confined. It should have been empty, but the evidence of intrusion was unmistakable. Wet boot prints marred the concrete floor, yet they made no logical pattern. Some appeared on the walls, others on the ceiling, as if someone, or something, had walked across every surface with impossible gravity. Most disturbing were the handprints. Enormous impressions, half again as large as my own hand, stamped in what looked like wet clay. But it couldn't have been. They clustered on the ceiling, their five-fingered shapes oddly elongated, with thumbs positioned at unnatural angles. The digits seemed wrong, like they belonged to something that wasn't human. My candle flame bent horizontally, drawn towards something at the corridor's end, despite the absence of any perceptible draft. The temperature continued to plummet until each breath became painful. My lungs rejected the frigid air, each inhale feeling like it was made of ice. The footsteps had stopped, but a new sound emerged, a wet, sliding noise like something heavy being dragged through water. I advanced slowly, struggling against every instinct that screamed for retreat. The flashlight beam weakened, its batteries surrendering to the unnatural cold. The candlelight revealed less and less as its flame shrank to a desperate blue flicker. In the dimming light, the handprints seemed to pulse with their own faint luminescence, glowing weakly in the shadows. Then, without warning, electricity surged through the building. The corridor's single bulb flashed to life for a fraction of a second before dying again. But that brief illumination was enough. I saw it. Clinging to the ceiling at the corridor's end was a massive shadow, somehow denser than the darkness surrounding it. Not simply dark, but an absence. A void more profound than mere lack of light. It was like the darkness itself had taken shape. And it was waiting for me. The shadow didn't move, but it felt as though it was watching me. My breath caught in my throat, my legs frozen in place as I stood paralyzed by the sheer weight of its presence. Every instinct screamed for me to turn and flee, but my body wouldn't obey. The shadow seemed to grow, shifting just slightly as though it could feel my fear, feeding off it. The silence grew deafening. The shadow hung in the air like a predator waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I knew that I couldn't stay here much longer. I had to leave. But even as I turned to run, I could feel it following, that oppressive presence at my back, clinging to my every step. The darkness wasn't just around me anymore. It had seeped into me, filled me, and now I feared I would never escape it. With every ounce of strength I had left, I ran back down the stairs, the cold air biting at my skin. My flashlight flickered out entirely. But the darkness behind me was enough to push me forward faster until I reached the relative safety of my apartment. I slammed the door shut, locked it, and pressed my back against it, gasping for air. But I knew that it wasn't over. The shadow was still there, lurking in the corners of my mind, waiting to return. And I had a terrible feeling that it would. A negation that hurt my eyes to perceive. It had a form, the one that defied anatomical sense. Limbs bent at impossible angles. Too many joints arranged in meaningless configurations. Its proportions stretched and compressed as it moved, flowing across the ceiling like spilled ink. But with purpose, deliberate, intelligent purpose. It was as if the shape itself mocked the very laws of nature. In that fractional moment of illumination, it became aware of me. The mass oriented what might have been its front toward my position. I didn't see eyes, but I felt its attention lock onto me with a weight that was almost physical. Then the light died, leaving only my guttering candle against absolute darkness. And I ran. Blind panic overrode everything else. I dropped the flashlight, clutching only the candle as I stumbled back toward the stairs. Behind me, the wet sliding sound accelerated. A new noise joining it. A hollow, rattling inhalation like air forced through desiccated tissue. My foot caught on the top stair, and I nearly fell headlong down the stairwell. I caught myself against the wall, the impact nearly extinguishing my candle. The flame sputtered, dim blue-white, providing just enough light to navigate the steps. I descended recklessly, risking a fall to escape whatever pursued me. The temperature rose with each step downward. By the time I reached the landing, my breath no longer fogged. The sliding sound faded, replaced by that ritualistic chanting again, closer now. Emanating from somewhere in the space between walls. Words in ancient Latin looped and repeated. The syllables distorted as if spoken through water, stretched and garbled in their delivery. My mind raced, but I pushed it aside as I reached my floor, sprinting for the apartment door. My hand shook so violently I struggled with the keys. Inside, I slammed the door and engaged every lock. I wedged a chair under the handle for good measure. My heart hammered painfully against my ribs, each beat resonating through my entire body. I retreated to the bathroom, the most insulated room with no windows or external walls, and wedged my back against the door. Time lost meaning as I sat there listening for sounds of pursuit that never materialized. The candle burned down to nothing, leaving me in darkness again, clutching my phone with its fading battery. I forced myself to regulate my breathing, counting inhales and exhales until the roaring panic subsided enough to think. What had I seen? My mind cycled through explanations, each less plausible than the last. Hallucination from carbon monoxide, but the building used electric heating. Sleep deprivation. I had been well rested before the outage. A prank by trespassers. But no human could move that way. No human could leave handprints on a ceiling. Eventually, rationality reasserted itself enough to recognize that whatever I had encountered hadn't followed me down. I was safe, at least momentarily. I needed to contact someone, but my phone battery had dropped to 3%. I had to conserve it until power returned or until morning, when I could safely leave. I'm not sure how long I sat there cycling between terror and exhaustion. At some point, I must have dozed despite my determination to remain vigilant. I woke to the sudden hum of electricity returning, lights blinking on throughout my apartment. Normality rushed back with jarring speed. The refrigerator motor kicked in. Heating vents sighed to life. Digital clocks blinked for reset. Ordinary, explicable sounds that somehow felt like an obscene pretense after what I'd experienced. I cautiously emerged from the bathroom. My apartment appeared unchanged, everything in its place. Outside, the storm had subsided. Moonlight filtered through breaking clouds. casting silver rectangles on my living room floor. I should have left then. Found a hotel for the night, but a compulsion drove me back upstairs. I needed verification. Needed to prove to myself that what I'd seen was somehow explicable in the harsh clarity of electric light. The maintenance corridor was exactly as I remembered, except for the handprints. They remained unmistakable and undeniable, pressed into the ceiling as if the plaster had been soft clay when they were made. In places, the impressions penetrated nearly an inch deep, exposing the lathe and ancient wiring above. The very sight of them made my stomach churn. I felt the weight of their presence, whatever had made them, whatever had moved across the walls and ceiling, had left something far more disturbing behind than just an impression. And I knew then that the terror wasn't over. The handprints were still there, waiting for me to acknowledge them, waiting for the next step in this twisted journey. Something had marked this building, had claimed it as its own, and now it was trying to claim me as well. I felt a sickening chill rise in my chest, the air thick with the oppressive weight of unspoken truths. The shadow I had seen earlier wasn't gone. It was still here, somewhere, lurking just beyond the reach of light. And whatever it wasn't finished with me yet. I stumbled backward, away from the handprints, away from the corridor, but deep down, I knew the true horror was just beginning. There was no sign of the entity itself. No evidence of its passage beyond those marks. I photographed everything with my phone, my hands still unsteady from the shock. The images were poor quality, taken in the dim emergency lighting, but they captured enough proof that something had been there that I hadn't imagined at all. The handprints were undeniable. Building management sent maintenance workers the next day. I showed them the corridor and watched their expressions shift from annoyance to confusion, then to unease. They had no explanation for the handprints, their placement, or their depth. One worker, older than the others, made a warning gesture when he thought no one was looking. When the sun began to set, he refused to stay, leaving the repair job half finished. 3 weeks have passed since that night. The handprints remain, despite multiple attempts to plaster over them. The new material won't adhere, falling away overnight to reveal the same impressions beneath. Management is planning more extensive renovations, citing water damage and structural issues, explanations that satisfy bureaucratic requirements but address nothing of what actually happened. I still live here, though I've applied for transfers to other buildings. Where would I go, really? How could I explain my urgency without sounding unstable? I found no historical records of similar incidents, though the building's original blueprints show unusual modifications to the top floor during a 1923 renovation. Subdivided spaces that don't appear in modern plans. The power has remained stable since that night, but sometimes during storms, the lights flicker momentarily. In those microseconds of darkness, I sense movement at the edges of my vision, fluidity in the shadows that shouldn't exist. And on the quietest nights, when the city's ambient noise subsides, I hear it again. That rhythmic Latin chanting, distant but distinct, rising from somewhere within the walls. I've taken to sleeping with the lights on. I've installed backup battery systems for essential circuits. I've learned the Latin words for warding and protection, though I don't officially believe in such things. But I recite them anyway. When darkness falls and the ceiling cracks with a weight that shouldn't exist, I fear the handprints are spreading, multiplying slowly across the maintenance corridor ceiling. And sometimes in the morning, I find plaster dust on the floor outside my apartment, directly beneath new indentations forming in my own ceiling. A low hum resonated through my cramped study the moment I flicked on the old AM radio. The air felt heavier, as though it were pressing inward from all sides. And the corners of the room seemed darker than usual. Even the usually comforting scent of dusty books and vintage ink ribbons turned stale, laced with an electric tension that made my skin crawl. Something was off-kilter, something beyond ordinary explanation. And I could sense it in the tiny vibrations that traveled up my arms, in the erratic pounding of my heart, and in the faint creaking protest that came from the olive-green Olivetti typewriter perched on my desk. I've been collecting typewriters for nearly a decade. Some people collect antique coins, others vinyl records, but there is a certain charm in mechanical keyboards that translate thought into the tactile metallic clack of letters on paper. Each machine carries the spirit of a bygone era. Little glimpses of history manifested in their chipped paint, worn keys, and stubborn ink stains. Of all my beloved devices, the Olivetti with its olive green casing and graceful curves should have been my crown jewel. But from the moment I acquired it, I felt something unsettling lingering in its presence. I couldn't place it at first. Perhaps it was the dull gleam in its keys, or the faint smell of old lubricant that never quite matched the others. Yet, I ignored these instinctive warnings, chalking them up to my own overactive imagination. After all, the reason I collect these machines is that they keep me grounded in the tangible world of ink and paper. How could one of them be sinister? That was before I discovered that the Olivetti reacted strangely to my AM radio broadcasts. At first, it was subtle. The machine would vibrate slightly, as though the air pressure in the room had shifted. I thought little of it. But then it started to respond directly to the sound waves from the radio. At certain frequencies, the typewriter's keys would twitch, moving as if caught in the faintest breeze, but there was no wind. The strange vibrations escalated. Over time, I could no longer ignore the way the keys would depress, one by one, in response to specific radio broadcasts. It was as if the typewriter were listening, waiting for something. And then, one night, it happened. The typewriter began to type on its own, tapping out words that were not my own. Words in a language I didn't understand. Whenever I turned the radio dial to pick up late-night stations, the typewriter would emit a soft ping or skip a letter if I was in the middle of typing. But then the phenomenon escalated to the point where it began typing on its own whenever the radio was on. Not just a playful skip or an accidental carriage shift, actual text. Whenever I turned the radio dial to pick up late night stations, the typewriter would emit a soft ping or skip a letter if I was in the middle of typing. But then the phenomenon escalated to the point where it began typing on its own whenever the radio was on. Not just a playful skip or an accidental carriage shift, actual text. The sounds would begin as a faint tapping, not unlike the scuttling of a rodent in the walls, then evolve into rapid-fire keystrokes that made my hair stand on end. It typed single words in Latin that I couldn't quite decipher, fragments of phrases that sounded archaic and strangely authoritative, like lines from an old forbidden text. Then, just as suddenly, it interspersed these ominous Latin words with short English lines that resembled headlines from newspapers, some of which I recognized only the next day when I flipped through the morning press. The first time I noticed this precognitive aspect, I told myself it was a coincidence. No old machine could possibly produce tomorrow's headlines through supernatural means. I rationalized that perhaps I'd read speculation about a political scandal or a local event the night before and my drowsy mind was playing tricks. But I couldn't ignore that the specific wording, even the punctuation, matched perfectly. Each letter hammered out by that mechanical, unfeeling device, and if I dared to turn off the radio mid-typing, the Olivetti responded with a low, groaning noise, like a living creature in the throes of some painful spasm. The first time I heard that noise, my breathing hitched. The machine was never plugged into anything except for the occasional replacement spool of ribbon. It had no electricity. Its entire function was mechanical and manual. Or it should have been. After several uneasy nights, I told myself that I was just overstressed. My coffee intake soared. I slept with the lights on. And each time I passed by the study, I swore the Alavidi was watching me with silent, judgmental eyes. This creeping paranoia slithered through my daily routine. I found myself checking all my other typewriters to ensure none of them were acting similarly. Of course, they sat inert, unresponsive as ever. But the Alavidi felt different. At one point, I decided to test my theory in the bright light of midday. Hoping that the sunshine would drain away the menacing aura, I turned on the AM radio, letting static crackle from an old station. Almost instantly, the typewriter's platen spun, and it typed out Civitas fervit, Licinia sidit. I recognized none of the Latin words, but the line that followed turned my stomach cold. Train station closed after unusual sinkhole. Discovered. That very afternoon, I overheard a neighbor mention a sudden sinkhole near the old station, forcing an unplanned closure. My body went rigid with dread, sweat beating at my temples. Anxiety began to seep into every aspect of my life. I started double-checking all my appliances to avoid short circuits or gas leaks. I locked my windows, certain that some unknown presence might slip in while I slept. One morning, before heading to the kitchen, I found a sheet in the Alavidi, fresh with typed text. It listed a series of times and accidents so trivial that I might have dismissed them. Except each line matched something that nearly happened to me over the previous week. Incidents I had shrugged off as unfortunate close calls. Slipping in the shower at 7:43 a.m. Nearly cutting my finger with a kitchen knife at 8:10 a.m. Scalding coffee almost overflowing onto my wrist at 8:30 a.m. Each was avoided by a fraction of a moment or a last-second shift in attention. Reading it, I felt the hair rise at the nape of my neck. My breath became shallow, and I could practically hear my heart pounding in my ears. I wanted to leave the house, abandon my entire collection, or at least stay away from that cursed typewriter. But in some twisted way, I was also riveted by it, impossibly curious to see if what it printed next might shed any rational explanation, or at least confirm I wasn't losing my mind. I tried to ignore the pages it turned out whenever the radio was on, but by ignoring them, I only seemed to agitate the machine further. One evening, as I considered unplugging the radio for good, the Alavidi responded with a violent thrashing of its keys. Its ink ribbons whipped out like serpents, striking my wrist and curling around it with enough force to leave a mark. The pain jolted through me, but even then, I couldn't look away. I had become trapped in this unnerving dance, a puppet pulled by the strings of an ancient and inexplicable force. The typewriter wasn't just typing, it was rewriting my reality, and I couldn't stop it. Not anymore. The pain was startlingly real, and I felt the sticky residue of ink soaking into my sleeve. My breath caught in my throat. I turned to look, but nothing was there. A sound that rose from its metal casing, a tortured squeal of mechanical defiance. I yanked the radio dial off, plunging the room into a profound silence, broken only by my own ragged breathing. I tried to reassure myself that everything was fine, that maybe I had left some mechanism jammed. But I couldn't deny the fresh red line around my wrist, stained with black ink. It ached for days, a constant pulsing reminder of what I had witnessed. That night, sleep refused to come. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the Alavidi's keys striking, the platen seemingly guided by invisible hands. Several days later, I woke to the sound of a single dull clack. I stepped into the study, and there it was, a new sheet of paper in the carriage. The text was short, but it seemed to mock me. Lunch hour, indefinite. Beneath that was a tiny, cryptic signature composed of micro-perforations. Running my fingertips over the paper, I felt them catch on raised bumps, an irregular pattern that resembled tiny pinpricks forming in Illegible scrawl. My stomach churned, and an acidic tang rose in the back of my throat. I suddenly felt caged in my own home, the walls pressing in, the air stifling. There was an unshakable sensation that the Alla Vidi was trying to rewrite my schedule, intruding on the mundane details of my life, as if orchestrating my fate. Time turned sluggish as I tiptoed around every corner, worried the machine might lash out again. My footsteps became hesitant. Even everyday chores, like washing dishes or tidying up, left me jumpy, imagining I heard faint clicks or metallic scrapes in the distance. At night, the house grew oppressive, full of looming shadows and faint echoes that I couldn't pinpoint. Sometimes, I thought I saw movement at the study door, the flicker of something metallic in the dim light. My breath would catch, my heart hammering so violently I could hear my pulse pounding in my ears. When I mustered the courage to flick the light switch, the corridor and study lay empty as always. The Alla Vidi perched on the desk like a sentinel. I started questioning my own senses. I would recount the events in my head, the typewriter typing by itself, the predictions, the ink ribbon coiling around my wrist. Could I be hallucinating? I found myself narrating the story to an acquaintance over the phone, though I gave only half-truths. I said one of my typewriters seemed to be in disrepair and was acting up when exposed to radio frequencies. That friend suggested a mechanical glitch triggered by electromagnetic interference. They recommended that I dispose of it or keep it in a metal container. I offered non-committal thanks and ended the call, telling myself that maybe I should just do that. Yet, a deeper fear took root. I suspected the Alla Vidi would not tolerate any attempt to get rid of it. Hoping to starve the bizarre connection, I stopped turning on the radio. Initially, the machine stayed dormant, though attention seemed to saturate the air whenever I was in the same room. I tried to go back to my routine, waking, eating, writing letters on a different typewriter, avoiding the Alla Vidi altogether. For a few days, it appeared content, or at least inactive. But on the third day, I heard that familiar creaking noise, like an animal in pain. The sound came from the study, my throat tightened, every hair on my body bristling. I stepped in to find the Alla Vidi's carriage shifting, its keys pressing down on nothing because I had removed the paper. It was as if it were starved for attention, straining to produce some message that couldn't be formed. Despite the trembling in my hands, I slid a fresh sheet into the carriage. The moment the paper touched the platen, the machine unleashed a flurry of keystrokes. I recoiled, stumbling backward and nearly knocking over a stack of manuals. When the typing stopped, I forced myself to read the new lines. They described changes in my day-to-day tasks. Waking up earlier, skipping meals, avoiding phone calls. It even mentioned minor modifications like leaving certain lights off. It read like a twisted schedule penned by someone studying my habits in the darkest corners of my life. A sense of claustrophobia washed over me. My stomach lurched, and sweat broke out along my hairline as I realized how intimately the Alla Vidi seemed to know me. The machine was controlling me. My time, my routine. It was as though it had learned me more intimately than I knew myself, turning my every movement, my every decision into part of its design. And for the first time, I feared that this machine might not be alone. I backed away, the overwhelming sense that something was watching me, something waiting for the next move. I looked at the Alla Vidi, now silent, its ink ribbon still. But deep down, I knew it wasn't done. It would never be done. It was dissecting every detail of my routine. Terror gnawed at my sanity. Could it see me? Was it controlling me, or simply predicting my moves? My breath came in shallow rasps, and my vision tunneled. I felt an overwhelming urge to run, to break free of this mechanical tyrant. Yet, I also feared what might happen if I didn't comply. What if ignoring it led to more violent Outbursts? I remembered the ribbon slashing across my wrist. My entire arm ached with the memory. And even the ghost of that stinging sensation was enough to pin me in place. In desperation, I decided to face it head-on. I turned on the AM radio, letting its static coat the air, and glared at the Oliveti. My heart pounded so loudly that the station's crackle was barely audible over the roar in my ears. Within seconds, the machine responded, hammering out words in a frenzy of metallic clicks. Latin phrases melded with snippets that sounded suspiciously like the next day's media headlines. An electrical glitch in the city's grid. An unexpected policy announcement from a local official. Then, more personal lines emerged detailing what time I would attempt to leave the house, which neighbors' voices I'd overhear, how I might trip over a loose floorboard in the hallway. Each line felt like a prophecy, not necessarily catastrophic, but undeniably invasive. Fighting back panic, I forced myself to remain calm. My breathing was shallow, but I tried to even it out. Inhaling through my nose, exhaling through clenched teeth. My hands shook, clammy with sweat, as I tore the fresh page from the platen. The keys jammed briefly, letting out a guttural groan. The radio station hissed and squealed with static. In that moment, I realized the typewriter might be tethered to the radio frequency like a parasite latching onto a host. Maybe if I disrupted that signal somehow. I took the page and sprinted down the hall, away from the study. My pulse galloped in my chest. I tossed the radio's power cord over my shoulder, yanking it from the socket as I moved. Silence enveloped me, but I could almost sense the Oliveti trembling in the other room, incensed by my defiance. I half expected the ribbons to lash out again, or the keys to pound wildly even in the silence. But nothing happened. Still, I couldn't stand still. Adrenaline coursed through my veins, and my legs felt as though they might give out. Several uneasy hours later, after pacing around my living room, I returned to the study. My insides twisted with dread. The machine sat motionless, its keys unpressed, the carriage resting at the margin. It looked like any other antique typewriter. Yet the air tasted of rust and electricity, an acrid smell that burned the back of my throat. I gently removed the half-typed page. The final line read, "His schedule indefinite." Then, the same perforated signature, faint pinpricks at the bottom of the sheet. Barely visible yet undeniably there. I packed the Oliveti into a crate. My entire body trembled with a feverish intensity as I sealed it shut and dragged it into a corner of the basement. My breath felt scorching hot in my lungs, and a wave of dizziness made me stumble. I didn't expect that to solve anything permanently, but the sense of relief was immediate. Like locking away something menacing, even if only behind thin planks of wood. I left the basement light on, though it flickered, intensifying my feeling that nothing about this was truly finished. Nonetheless, I forced myself upstairs, grabbed a glass of water, and sat on the couch, trying to calm the trembling in my limbs. My chest felt tight, as though the house itself was pressing in on me. Late that night, with all the radios and TVs off, I swear I heard a faint tapping echoing through the floorboards. My mouth went dry, and my heartbeat thundered. Every nerve in my body braced for another confrontation. Minutes stretched on, but the tapping never repeated. Eventually, I allowed my shoulders to slump, half expecting the quiet to be some sort of trick. I stayed awake until the first light of dawn, wrestling with the lingering possibility that the Oliveti wasn't just an inert machine. Whether I was the victim of some unexplained phenomenon or creeping madness, I couldn't say for certain. I thought I might be free. I thought the silence, the stillness, meant I had one. But deep down, I knew I was never truly safe. The Oliveti might have been sealed away in the basement, but its influence, its connection to me, remained. And one day, it would find a way back. But the final typed words echoed in my mind, indefinite. The notion I might be locked in a perpetual stalemate with this relic haunted me far more than any fleeting sense of terror. In the following days, I avoided the basement altogether. My house felt emptier without the drone of the AM radio. I missed the everyday hum of static that once provided a comforting background noise. Now silence reigned, broken only by my shallow breathing and the occasional squeak of old floorboards. I tried resuming my normal life. Grocery shopping, reading, checking emails, but some part of me remained on edge. As though expecting the crate to burst open at any moment, unleashing the mechanical horror locked inside. Eventually, I caught my reflection in a hallway mirror and barely recognized myself. Sunken cheeks, dark circles under wild eyes. I realized I was living in fear of an object I should have had complete power over. Some nights, I caught myself standing at the top of the basement stairs, drawn by an inexplicable pull. I'd stand there in the half-light, heart pounding, imagining the Oliveti tapping away inside its crate, ready to forecast my next step or twist my routine. I never did open that door. But each time I approached, I felt a prickle at the back of my neck, as though the machine was calling out in silent defiance. To this day, I can't be near an AM broadcast without a spike of anxiety roiling in my gut. I still collect typewriters, but none rival the uncanny presence of that olive green Oliveti. Sometimes, in the dark, quiet of my bedroom, I lie awake, replaying each frantic keystroke in my memory and wondering if I escaped or merely delayed the inevitable. I've managed to keep living with some semblance of normalcy. Though the fear still shadows me, there is no guarantee that I have seen the last of those cryptic Latin passages or harrowing predictions. And the truth is, even if I wanted to, I'm not sure how I could ever sever that connection. Because once a machine tastes your secrets, once it latches onto your future, how do you wrest control of your own destiny back? The house is mine, the collection is mine, my life is mine. But each night as I shut off the lights, I feel the phantom presence of that Oliveti sealed away below my feet. A mechanical heart that thrums with static and malevolent intent. Waiting. And I can't shake the suspicion that it's merely biding its time, ready to strike again the moment I let my guard down. That knowledge sits in my mind like a malignant tumor, impossible to remove, forever reminding me that I might not be the one who types my own story after all. The first time I noticed something was deeply wrong with my new aquarium. I felt an almost electric jolt of dread shoot through my spine. It wasn't just the sight of luminous silhouettes shifting in the water, cart-shaped apparitions flickering with unnatural iridescence. It was the way they moved against a current that shouldn't have existed. The entire room seemed to pulse whenever the water level rose at exactly 9:09 p.m. As if the place itself were breathing in unison with those ghostly shapes. My heart pounded so hard I felt it in my temples and cold sweat prickled along my forehead. Even the taste in my mouth turned metallic, my throat scratchy and dry. The moment I set eyes on that aquarium, I sensed an unexplained presence clinging to the glass. Something that mocked reality in a way that made my skin crawl. I bought this aquarium used, thinking it would help me unwind after work. My plan was simple: set it on a sturdy table, fill it with clear water, and introduce a few small fish. Something calming, like neon tetras or guppies. I believed that watching them glide around would soothe my nerves. Instead, the first night after I brought it home, I stood in the living room, transfixed by the water's dim glow. Nothing else in the apartment was turned on. There was no filter inside, no tubes, no pump, nothing that could create a current. Yet the water shifted in gentle swells, the surface rippling in a hypnotic pattern. Then I saw the outlines of carp appear, faint at first, like afterimages behind my eyelids. They floated gracefully, their fins undulating in some inaudible tide. I remember leaning in, my breath fogging the glass, and my stomach clenched when I realized there were no physical fish inside. No fins, no scales, no bodies. Only the shadows of something that shouldn't exist. The water rippled with a life of its own, driven by forces beyond any logical explanation. I stumbled back, my legs trembling, as a cold chill swept over me. The lights flickered once. And for a moment, I could have sworn I saw the faintest shape, a distortion in the water. A shadow of movement that disappeared when I blinked. This wasn't just an illusion. Something was wrong with the aquarium. I had no idea what was happening. But I knew deep down that I wasn't alone in that room. The water seemed alive. As though it could see me too, mocking me with its silent current, its invisible creatures. Its distorted shapes that were far too real. And as the minutes passed, the dread built inside me. Growing stronger, until I was certain that I was being watched by something ancient and powerful. Something that had no intention of ever letting me leave. These were silhouettes made of shimmering light, swimming where there should have been only empty water. At first, I wondered if my mind was playing tricks. Perhaps I was exhausted, or maybe there was some chemical residue from previous owners that made the water behave strangely. I shook my head and tried to dismiss the visions as a trick of reflections. Yet, I couldn't tear my eyes away. My pulse accelerating, sweat beating on my scalp. The hair on the back of my neck stood up in that primal reaction to something I couldn't rationalize. It was as if the aquarium was breathing, subtly expanding and contracting in the darkness. The second night, I decided to put real fish in there, hoping to ground the experience in something normal. I picked up a few goldfish from a local store. The employee had told me these were hardy and easy to care for. When I got home, I carefully transferred them into the tank. Instead of exploring their new environment, the fish became eerily still, almost as if they'd been placed in a deep freeze. Their gills moved, but they hung in one corner, unblinking and rigid. Meanwhile, those spectral carp silhouettes came to life right beside them. They glowed a pale green this time, resembling radioactive shadows. The illusion swirled around the real fish, weaving in and out, as if mocking the living creature's inability to swim. My heart hammered against my rib cage. I found my mouth growing dry as I watched, breath catching in my throat. It felt like watching a predator circle its prey, only I couldn't sense any malice, just a cold, otherworldly indifference. Then, at exactly 9:09 p.m., the aquarium water surged upward by what looked like 5 centimeters. I heard the faintest gurgling like a miniature tidal wave. I half expected the water to spill over, but it didn't overflow. Instead, it lapped the edges and then slid back down, leaving rivulets of moisture across the glass top. My hand instinctively rose to wipe sweat from my brow, and I found my fingers trembling. I checked the time on my phone, holding it under the glow of a standing lamp in the corner. The screen read 9:10 by the time the water settled, and in that single minute, I was overwhelmed by a sense of something impossibly old, something that had followed the aquarium from its previous home into mine. I paced around the room, trying to calm my pounding heart. But every attempt to breathe slowly only made me more aware of how stifling the air felt. After that incident, I was reluctant to touch the aquarium again, but curiosity gnawed me. I touched the glass the following evening just to see if there was any temperature change or unusual residue. The moment my palm met the surface, I felt a crushing force as though I dipped my hand into the bottom of the ocean. My eardrums vibrated with deep pressure, and all I could hear was a low, resonant sound, like the call of a whale echoing through miles of empty sea. My stomach twisted, and my skin broke into goosebumps. I felt as if I might collapse, my breath ragged and my legs shaky. Then, just as abruptly, the sensation vanished. It left me gasping for air, unsteady on my feet with sweat rolling down my face. I rushed to the kitchen sink to splash water on my cheeks. The drain gurgled, and impossibly, I heard the same distant wail-like chant reverberating through the pipes. I clutched the edge of the sink, trying to keep myself upright. The sound lingered until 9:10 p.m. Arrived, at which point it abruptly cut out, leaving my apartment oppressively silent. Over the following days, each time I attempted to play, the phenomenon intensified. Though sometimes I considered locking it in a closet or even smashing it to pieces. But something prevented me from taking any drastic action. A vague fascination with its unnatural qualities mingled with my fear, binding me to the tank in a horrible cycle of anxiety and curiosity. I started to notice more bizarre details. The ghostly carp changed color depending on the night, shifting from green to bluish-white and sometimes a deep crimson hue that made my skin prickle. They swam in silent patterns, forming shapes that looked like alien script projected onto the walls, flickering like sonar waves. My goldfish remained motionless whenever those apparitions were present. Their eyes were blank as if they were in some kind of suspended animation. Around 9:09 p.m. each night, the water rose again, unstoppable and precise. Each night, the water would rise, and the carp would move, pulsing in and out of reality with a fluidity that felt unnatural, like a parallel world bleeding through. As the minutes ticked by, I could no longer dismiss it as coincidence. There was something more at play here, a dark presence, one that might have followed the tank, or perhaps had always been part of it. The haunting beauty of the shimmering fish was a trap, one that I could never escape. It reminded me of ocean tides or ancient rituals. The moment it happened, I felt my heart race and cold sweat soak my shirt, my throat constricted, and I found myself gripping the arm of my couch until my knuckles went white. My imagination ran wild. I pictured the water bursting free and flooding the apartment with an otherworldly brine. I felt watched, not just by the aquatic phantoms, but by something greater. Behind them, something anchored in the darkest depths of the sea. I tried explaining my experience to a coworker one afternoon. I kept my voice low, describing how the aquarium seemed haunted or cursed, and how the water rose each night at the same time. My coworker must have seen the panic in my eyes because he suggested I look into the history of the aquarium. He also mentioned, in a half-joking tone, that maybe I should sell it again. I remember nodding, but my mind was too cluttered with images of glowing fish and swirling tides to hold any normal conversation. I must have sounded delirious. My coworker gave me a sympathetic glance, telling me to take it easy and maybe consult a professional if it got worse. His words echoed in my head as I made my way home, chest tight, palms sweaty, feeling a strange compulsion to return to that tank. That night, the sense of oppression was thicker than ever. The air in my apartment felt stale, and each time I tried to inhale, it was like breathing through a damp cloth. I turned on every light I could, as if the brightness would banish the aquarium's ghostly influences, but that only made the contrast starker. Beyond the lamps and ceiling fixtures, the water still glowed with its own eerie luminescence. The apparitions seemed even more vibrant, their outlines pulsing in rhythm with my racing heart. I noticed my reflection in the glass, pale and gaunt, my eyes ringed by dark circles. For a moment, I wondered if I was losing my sanity, if maybe I'd conjured all of this in the throes of overwork or loneliness. Yet, the weight of that pressure I'd felt, the calls echoing in the pipes, those were too tangible to be mere figments of a tired mind. I tried to ignore the tank for the rest of the evening, pacing around my living room to keep from staring into it. But just before 9:09 p.m., I felt compelled to watch. My stomach churned with dread, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. When the water rose this time, I leaned in. Instead of 5 centimeters, it surged higher, maybe 7 or 8. My pulse thundered, and my breathing became shallow, each inhale feeling like a spike in my chest. The sound of water against glass was louder now, like a riptide snarling just beneath the surface. The ghostly carp flared in intense shades of red and gold, swirling rapidly. I could see reflections on the walls, shifting lines that reminded me of arcane runes. The entire apartment felt like a submarine sinking under unimaginable pressure. As I watched, water spilled onto the glass top, trickling down the sides in rivulets. My chest tightened, a primal fear screaming at me to run. Yet, I couldn't move. It was as though I were held in place by a dense gravitational field emanating from that aquarium. I braced myself for an overflow, but again, it didn't happen. The water receded like a controlled tide. A moment later, the ghost carp swam in slow figure eights. The real fish remained stuck in their catatonic corner, occasionally flapping a fin, but otherwise lifeless in all but name. I sensed a low hum like the aftershock of a distant explosion, resonating through the room. My teeth chattered from the vibration. The taste of iron settled on my tongue, and my hands felt clammy. At work the next day, I couldn't focus. The memories of that bizarre tidal surge and the monstrous hum wouldn't leave me. My heart raced whenever I thought about the aquarium's luminescent fish. My mind darted with paranoid suspicions. Was I the only one seeing this? Could the neighbors sense the vibrations? Did this phenomenon stop with my apartment walls? Or was it seeping into the plumbing, echoing out to other units? My coworker tried to ask how I was doing, but I only gave vague responses. I made up excuses for my jitteriness, feigning a cold or a bad night's sleep. But inside, I felt like the walls were closing in. My palms stayed sweaty, and my breath came in shallow gasps whenever I pictured the next confrontation with that thing in my living room. Still, I refused to leave the aquarium entirely alone. A sick fascination drove me to investigate. The aquarium had become a part of me, a dark mirror to my own growing obsession. I couldn't escape it. And as much as I tried to resist, something deep inside kept pulling me back, like an anchor tying me to the very thing I feared the most. I could feel it calling, waiting, lurking beneath the surface, ready to reveal whatever truth it held. I rummaged through the internet for articles or stories about haunted aquariums, cursed objects, or weird aquatic phenomena. Nothing matched exactly. I found plenty of ghost stories, some about lakes or sunken ships, but nothing about an aquarium that manifested phantom fish and rose with the precision of a possessed tide. The more I scrolled, the more I felt an ache in my temples, a tension headache that pulsed in time with my anxious heartbeat. Every so often, I'd catch myself checking the clock, anticipating the next 9:09. On the seventh night, I decided to face it head-on. I turned off all the lights in the apartment, leaving only the faint glow of the aquarium. The water shimmered with a dull luminescence, and the spectral carp were faint but visible. My pulse pounded in my ears, my breathing came fast, chest rising and falling in sharp jerks. I settled into a chair just a few feet away, forcing myself to remain still, ignoring the sweat gathering at my temples. The minutes ticked by. At 9:08, I stood, approaching the glass with tentative steps. My stomach clenched so hard I felt nauseated, and the tips of my fingers tingled with adrenaline. At 9:09, the water began its ascent. I could see my distorted reflection in the tank. Wide eyes, sweat-drenched brow. The silhouettes glowed fiercely, shifting from a cool blue to a searing gold. I pressed my hand to the glass again, determined not to pull back. The moment I touched it, that crushing deep-sea pressure returned, forcing the breath from my lungs in a ragged wheeze. My mind swam with disorienting images. Sunken wrecks, flickering lights in a black abyss, and the sound of a whale's cry echoing through endless darkness. My head felt like it was about to explode. My heart hammered so violently I feared it might burst through my ribcage. Yet, I held on, palm flattened against the aquarium wall. The ghostly carp swarmed around my hand, swirling in frantic circles. Their color intensified, almost blinding, and I sensed a presence pressing in from all sides. It was ancient, unknowable, and it felt like it was staring through me, peeling back layers of my being to examine my essence. In that moment, my vision blurred, and I might have blacked out for a second or two. When I regained clarity, my mouth was bone dry, my arms shaking uncontrollably. A dull roar filled my ears like 1,000 rushing currents merging into one. I snatched my hand away from the glass and stumbled backward, nearly toppling over the chair. My entire body trembled as though I'd been submerged in freezing water. My shirt stuck to my back, soaked with sweat. I tasted salt on my lips, and I had to gulp down air just to keep from collapsing. Suddenly, the roaring ceased. The water began to descend, returning to its usual level. The carp's silhouettes faded, their luminous bodies dissolving into the dimness. My goldfish twitched as if waking from a nightmare and resumed a slow, uncertain swim. For a moment, the living room was so silent I could hear my own heartbeat echoing in my skull. My breath was raspy, and I realized my legs felt too weak to support me. I sank into the chair, every muscle throbbing with tension. I sat there for what felt like hours, a cold clamminess coating my skin. My eyes darted around the shadowy room, half expecting something else to materialize. But nothing more happened. Finally, I realized I didn't need to understand the full scope of this aquarium's power or origins. All I knew was that it was wrong. A window to something that thrived in impossible depths. My nerve was shredded, my mind teetering between terror and an unshakable curiosity. But in that quiet aftermath, I made a decision. I couldn't coexist with this thing, whatever it was. The very next morning, I drained the tank. The ghostly carp didn't appear. No phantom shapes flickered in the receding water. My goldfish, freed from the aquarium's strange influence, swam calmly in a separate bowl nearby. I wiped the glass walls clean, my hands still trembling. I wrapped the empty aquarium in heavy blankets and drove it out of my apartment. Despite the fear gnawing at me, I felt an odd sense of relief as I placed it in storage, several miles away. But as I walked away from it, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever force had inhabited the aquarium had not been fully exorcised. It was still out there, waiting for the right moment to return. And I couldn't escape the question. Had I truly rid myself of it, or had I merely placed it somewhere out of sight, waiting to re-emerge at the most unexpected time? I told myself this was just temporary, that I'd figure out what to do with it eventually. But deep down, I knew I'd never want to open it again. For now, I've returned to a tentative sense of calm. My apartment feels lighter without that silent presence lurking in the corner. I haven't heard the whale-like chant in the pipes, and there have been no more unexplained surges of water. Yet, every night at 9:09, I still tense up, waiting for a phantom tide. My hands sometimes shake when I recall the crushing sensation of that abyssal pressure. And when I close my eyes in the dark, I can almost see the luminous outlines of those carp drifting through a boundless expanse of black water. The memory alone is enough to send a chill rolling through my body, goosebumps spreading across my arms. I'm left with a lingering unease, a persistent question that keeps me awake. What was that force behind the aquarium's eerie manifestations? Some nights I wonder if it's still out there, beckoning from a distance with that low, resonant call. Even now I occasionally dream of a deep ocean, silent except for the slow pulse of enormous shapes sliding through the abyss. I wake up gasping for air, heart pounding, convinced I've heard that ominous hum in the hallway. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that certain mysteries are better left unsolved. But the memory of that aquarium and the press of something ancient and unreal will stay with me. A quiet terror that reminds me how fragile our grip on reality can be. I escaped the presence, at least in a physical sense. Yet part of me remains caught in its unseen currents, haunted by the silent tide that rose each night at 9:09. From the very first second I saw the violin resting on a velvet cushion at the auction house, an unsettling chill washed over me. It was as though the instrument itself had been waiting, silent and patient, for someone to claim it. Even before I touched the polished wood, I caught a faint odor of damp earth, reminiscent of freshly dug soil after a rainstorm. The smell should have been pleasant. Nothing beats the crisp scent of wet ground. But instead, it evoked an inexplicable sense of dread. Something about that violin felt wrong. Almost as if it were aware of my presence and reluctant to let me walk away. I won the bid with surprising ease. No one else seemed interested. Or perhaps they were all too eager to let it go to someone else. Driving home, I propped the violin case on the passenger seat, stealing a glance at it every time I stopped at a red light. The odor was stronger in the enclosed space of my car, like a warning. Yet, the external craftsmanship was undeniably beautiful. The varnish had a warm caramel hue, though flecked with darker spots that looked suspiciously like stains. By the time I pulled into my driveway, my head was buzzing with a mixture of curiosity and mild apprehension. I felt compelled to open the case right there in the car, but I resisted. A part of me sensed that once I started playing it, there would be no going back. Stepping inside my house, I set down the case in my living room, turned on a single lamp, and opened the locks. The violin's surface shone with an unsettling sheen under the warm yellow light. I ran my hand over the wood and sniffed again, wanting to confirm the strange scent. Yes, it was unmistakably the same damp earth odor. Setting it gently on the table, I prepared the bough with rosin, noticing how quickly the rosin cake wore down, as though the bough's horsehair was unusually rough or hungry for friction. My heart thumped in my chest, an erratic, anxious beat. When I finally drew the bow across the strings for the first time, the note that emerged caught me completely off guard. I intended to play a simple open G, but what rang out was a wavering, high-pitched harmonic that set my teeth on edge. The unnatural resonance seemed to echo off the walls. My eyes darted to the violin's surface, and for an instant, I thought I saw a shift in the varnish. Like something beneath it was moving. Before I could fully register that moment, I became aware of my own shadow cast across the wall behind me. And next to my outline, there was another shape. A figure with a violin tucked under its chin, mirroring my posture. Yet there was no logical source for this second shadow. No second light that could explain it. Heart pounding, I let the bow slip from my fingers. The bizarre high-pitched harmonic abruptly ceased. Even after I put the violin away, I couldn't stop thinking about that moment. My arms felt heavy, as though they'd been drained of all strength, and my mouth went dry. I turned off the lamp and went to bed, but sleep evaded me for hours. There was a nagging sense that I wasn't alone in my own home. Eventually, exhaustion dragged me into a fitful slumber. When morning came, I convinced myself I had imagined that second shadow in the half-lit room. Still, my stomach twisted with lingering unease. Over the next few days, I tried to rationalize what had happened by telling myself I was simply out of practice. That the violin, strings, and bow were reacting unpredictably to my technique. But the more I practiced in the evenings, careful measured scales and simple arpeggios, the more I noticed bizarre, disjointed harmonics appearing where none should have been. Each time they emerged, my body erupted in goosebumps. I felt watched. I sensed a presence behind me, near me, in the corners of my vision. Once I caught a glimpse of that same phantom silhouette. on the wall, playing in sync with me, but never making a sound. Every time I turned to look directly at it, I found nothing there. The violin itself seemed to grow heavier in my hands. The varnish under bright light bore faint patterns I hadn't noticed before, almost like branching veins, and that earthy smell would intensify whenever I concentrated on these new markings. It was as though the instrument were exhaling, pulsing with some hidden life. After each session, I felt drained, covered in cold sweat. My breath came in shallow gasps, and my heart hammered like it was trying to break free from my rib cage. Late at night, when I tried to record my practice sessions, I discovered another inexplicable phenomenon. I set up a digital recorder on the music stand and played the violin for an hour, weaving simple melodies and occasionally daring to attempt more complex pieces. During playback, the track was almost entirely silent. Only a faint background hiss, and what sounded like my own heartbeat thumping steadily could be heard. None of the violin notes registered. My bowing, the string vibrations, the chords, everything was erased, replaced by the ominous rhythm of a racing pulse. But what truly unsettled me was that the heartbeat on the recording didn't match mine. I timed my pulse while listening, and the recorded pace was significantly faster, almost feverish, as though it belonged to someone else entirely. Within a week of owning the violin, I felt my sanity slipping. My dreams were plagued by flickering images of narrow corridors, illuminated by an otherworldly red glow. In these nightmares, I heard the haunting strains of a violin echoing behind me, growing louder and sharper with every step I took. Each time I turned around, I saw only shifting shadows. Waking up left me breathless, my skin clammy with sweat, my throat parched. The nights blurred together, and my exhaustion made me jumpy and irritable. I hardly recognized myself in the mirror. My eyes had sunken, ringed with deep circles. Determined to fight my growing sense of dread, I decided to invite a few close friends over for a small, private performance. Just a handful of people who appreciated classical music and had no reason to doubt my abilities. I wanted them to witness the phenomenon, or at least verify that I wasn't hallucinating. Maybe I thought if they heard those eerie harmonics or noticed the bizarre second shadow, I'd have proof I wasn't losing my mind. So, one Saturday evening, I arranged the chairs in my living room, dimmed the overhead light to create a moody atmosphere, and set out refreshments in the kitchen. Even as I waited for their arrival, that nauseating odor of wet soil seemed to permeate every corner of the house. When my guests finally gathered, I described the instruments' strange characteristics in vague terms, leaving out the more disturbing details. I wanted them to listen without preconceived bias. As I raised the bow for the first note, my heart pounded so violently, I thought everyone could hear it. The opening melody was calm, though a heavy tension pressed down on the room. My friends' faces were blank, perhaps in polite concentration. But then, without warning, the violin's lower strings began to resonate independently. A series of dissonant minor notes floated through the air. I wasn't the one producing those tones. I felt the bow still on the higher strings. Yet the instruments sang with impossible life. My friends shifted in their seats, clearly uneasy, though no one jumped up or spoke. The atmosphere became suffocating, as if the very air weighed more. My lungs struggled to draw breath. Despite my fear, I pressed on, letting the piece reach a crescendo. That was when I sensed it again, a presence behind me, a shape at the edge of my vision. I felt a chill tracing the length of my spine. My bow hand started to tremble, forcing me to stop abruptly. My guests simply stared, speechless. A moment later, I set the violin down and thanked them for attending, struggling to keep my voice steady. I noticed how pale they looked, like people who had just witnessed something they couldn't put into words. That night, one by one, they shared with me through phone calls and text messages the same horrifying dream. A narrow corridor lit by a dim red glow, the sound of a violin echoing. From behind. They all reported that it felt as though something was reaching out from the darkness, trying to touch their shoulders. Each of my friends woke up drenched in sweat. One friend confided that she felt a distinct impression of breath against her ear in the dream. None of them could pinpoint the source of the red light or the location of the corridor, but they were unanimous about the terror it invoked. Their voices, some trembling, others hushed, conveyed they believed something unnatural had happened in my living room. None of them wanted to mention it again. I barely slept that night, haunted by the knowledge that what was happening to me was spreading to those I cared about. When I finally dozed off in the early hours of the morning, I woke with a violent jolt. My pillow felt gritty against my cheek. Switching on the bedside lamp revealed streaks of rosin coating the pillow's fabric. At first, I assumed I had forgotten to wash the rosin from my hands, but as I looked closer, I saw it formed a distinct fingerprint larger than my own, etched in white powdery residue. Panic seized me, my pulse hammered in my ears. Something had touched my pillow. Something that wasn't me. I sprang out of bed, nearly tripping over my own feet in my haste to find the violin. Its case sat in the living room, locked just as I had left it. However, when I flipped it open, I noticed a residue of rosin coating the bow's hair. Far more than I'd ever applied. The odor of earth was oppressive. I felt a strong instinctive revulsion, as though I were in the presence of a living creature, not a crafted instrument. Over the following days, each time I attempted to play, the phenomenon intensified. The unplayed strings would resonate, forming morbid chords in a minor key. My muscles seized with tremors, a primal reaction to an invisible threat. My throat went dry as if I'd swallowed desert sand, and my lungs seemed to forget how to take in oxygen. Worst of all were those fleeting peripheral shadows that seemed to multiply around me. Whenever I practiced, it felt like I was in a crowd of silent observers. The walls shifting with silhouettes that jerked and writhed to the faint rhythms produced by the violin. Some nights I swore I heard whispering in another room, but whenever I forced myself to investigate, I was greeted by emptiness. My paranoia escalated. During the day, I found it difficult to concentrate at work. My mind drifted to the violin locked away at home. I felt certain it was waiting for me. Even in bright daylight, the memory of its unsettling resonance in that second shadow, like a phantom companion, haunted me. My reflection in windows and mirrors seemed to waver with doubt. I felt perpetually watched, as if the boundaries between me and the violin had blurred. Thoughts raced through my head. Had I awakened something that lay dormant within that wood, desperate for relief? I tried to rid myself of the violin. At first, I thought to return it to the auction house. But a quick inquiry revealed they had no record of its previous owner or origin. The moment I laid eyes on the violin at the auction house, a shiver ran down my spine, as though something ancient and otherworldly had been waiting for me. It sat there on a velvet cushion, glistening under the harsh lights. The polished wood gleamed darkly, absorbing the light around it like a black hole, its varnish thick with the weight of untold stories. The faint smell of damp earth clung to the air, a scent that was somehow unnatural for a fine instrument. It wasn't the fresh scent of newly carved wood but the fetid, unsettling odor of something far older and forgotten, like soil that had not seen the light of day for centuries. I tried to dismiss the feeling of unease that stirred in my gut, but it was like a magnetic pull that refused to let me look away. I was the only bidder, though no one else seemed to want the violin. Some of the auction house staff exchanged uneasy glances, but no one spoke. It was as though they knew something I didn't. When I won the bid and claimed the violin, I couldn't help but feel that I had just sealed my fate. The car ride home was long and silent. The violin case rested next to me on the passenger seat, its presence heavy, suffocating. I stole glances at it at every red light, as though it might move on its own, or perhaps I feared I might see something in the rearview mirror that I wasn't meant to. By the time I got home, the smell had intensified, filling my car, my clothes, and even the air inside my apartment. I carefully unlatched the case, almost against my will. The instant I touched the violin, I felt it, a strange, unexplainable current, a pulse in the wood, as though the instrument itself was alive. I put it aside, but the feeling lingered. Days passed, but every time I looked at the violin, it seemed to take on a life of its own. The haunting smell of earth continued to hang in the air, and I couldn't escape the feeling that I was being watched. It was subtle at first, faint, like a shadow out of the corner of my eye. But as I began playing, strange things started happening. The notes I played never sounded quite right. There were dissonant harmonics in the music. And when I paused, the violin seemed to continue on its own. At first, it was just odd, unsettling. But soon, the violin seemed to hum with a darker energy. The violin itself seemed to resist me, as though it didn't want me to control it. One evening, when I played a simple tune, the violin responded with an eerie vibrato, a pitch so high that it caused my entire body to tremble. But that wasn't the worst part. As I played, I noticed something in the shadows, shifting, flickering. There, behind me in the dimly lit room, was a figure. I stopped. My breath caught in my throat. I turned to look, but nothing was there. The shadow was gone, as if it had never existed. But that night, as I lay in bed, the nightmare began. I wandered through an endless corridor, bathed in a dim red light. The sound of a violin echoing behind me. The bow of the instrument played a tune that felt both familiar and foreign, as if it belonged to someone else. Each step I took led me closer to the end of the corridor, but when I reached it, I found only a mirror. In the reflection, there was a second figure, an exact replica of me, holding a violin with a precise, fluid motion, as if it were the true master of the instrument. My hand was forced to play, against my will, as the eerie, distant violin music echoed in the silence. I woke in a cold sweat, gasping for air, the weight of the violin's presence still heavy on my chest. But it didn't end there. The violin began to affect my waking life. Every time I touched it, a feeling of dread surged through me. I started to hear faint echoes of its music in the background, as if it played on its own, no matter where I was in the house. At times, I would hear faint tapping, like the violin was being played in the other room. I tried to ignore it, but the more I resisted, the stronger the pull became. The music, the dissonant chords, began to seep into my mind, bleeding into my dreams. I could hear the violin song as I slept, and when I woke, it was still with me. That same red-lit corridor, that same second shadow, always just behind me. It felt like I was living inside the violin's cursed song. One evening, overwhelmed with terror and curiosity, I decided to face it. I retrieved the violin from its case, my heart pounding with each step. The smell of damp earth seemed to fill the room again as I prepared to play. I lit every lamp in the house, flooding the room with light, determined to banish the shadows. As I played, the first few notes were faint, quivering. But then something shifted. The lower strings of the violin began to vibrate on their own, producing a stark, mournful sound. The melody became more discordant, carrying with it a weight of despair I couldn't escape. My body trembled as I continued playing, forcing myself to push through the fear. The room grew darker, despite the lights. The violin seemed to take on a life of its own. The music swelling, the room vibrating with the intensity of the sound. The shadows on the walls began to writhe and contort, forming the shape of a violinist. An exact replica of me, but with an eerie sense of mastery, as if the violin truly belonged to this shadow, not me. In that moment, I felt something inside me snap. My rational thoughts dissolved, replaced by raw panic. The music reached a chaotic crescendo, a sharp, discordant clash that filled my ears. I could barely hold the bow as my hands shook violently. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the music stopped, leaving an oppressive silence that pressed down on me like a physical force. I slumped into a chair, the violin still clutched in my hands, my breath shallow and ragged. The house was silent, but the echo of the violin's music lingered, along with the oppressive presence I couldn't shake. My friends noticed the change in me. They started keeping their distance, some even admitting that they had begun having strange dreams of the red-lit corridor, of the second violinist's shadow, of a presence behind them. They couldn't explain it, but they all seemed to feel the same lingering terror. Even now, the violin remains in my home. It's locked away in its case, hidden from view. But it still affects me. Occasionally, I catch a faint scent of earth, the smell of wet soil, drifting through the air. I can almost hear the faint hum of the violin, deep in the recesses of my mind. I sometimes wonder if it's calling to me, waiting for me to pick it up again. I don't know what it is about this violin, what it is that draws me in, or what force is attached to it. But I know one thing. It is not just a violin. It is something far older, something far darker. And I fear that it has attached itself to me, as much as I am attached to it. And so, the boundary between me and the violin grows thinner, like a thread being pulled taut. And I am unsure how much longer I can keep it at bay before it calls me back. The following days unfolded in a haze of unease. I tried to move on, pretending that the strange encounter with the larvae was just my imagination playing tricks on me. Yet, every time I passed the jar, the sight of those tiny buds growing with unsettling speed kept gnawing at my mind. I kept the jar sealed, but I could feel its presence, pulsing silently, drawing me in. One evening, I returned home to find something that made my blood run cold. The jar had cracked open. I hadn't touched it. There was no sign of how it happened. But the glass was shattered, and the larvae had vanished. In its place, a miniature tree stood, its branches twisting up in a chaotic dance. It had sprouted leaves that looked almost too real. Green and lush, yet somehow unnatural. They shimmered faintly under the kitchen light, as though they held some secret knowledge. The sound returned, too low, deep, like an underwater chant, but this time it was louder, more present, echoing from within the walls. I couldn't tell where it came from, but it felt like it was inside my head, as if the air itself vibrated with some ancient song. It was a hum that resonated deep within my bones, making my chest tighten, my breath quicken. It wasn't just in the air. The sound seemed to pulse through the very floorboards, the walls, the very structure of the building itself. I felt a strange compulsion to follow the noise. My feet moved before my brain could register what was happening. It led me down to the basement, a part of the building I rarely visited. As I descended the stairs, the air grew colder, denser, as though the space itself was suffocating under the weight of something ancient, something buried deep. When I reached the bottom, I found the floor covered in small, pale roots, twisting and writhing like serpents. They stretched out from cracks in the concrete, weaving their way through the room in a maddening pattern. In the center of it all was a larger, gnarled tree. Its bark was slick and dark, almost black, like it had been submerged in water for decades. But the most disturbing part was the faint light that emanated from within its branches, casting long shadows across the walls. I didn't understand it. I didn't want to understand it. But there it was, as real as the pulse racing in my chest. A new kind of terror gripped me. This wasn't just some strange anomaly. This was something far worse, something alive, intelligent, and far beyond my understanding. The hum was louder now, the sound of it reverberating through my skull. It was as if the tree, the larvae, the unseen presence, all of it had been calling me down. Here, preparing to show me something. I reached out instinctively, my hand trembling as I touched the rough surface of the tree. The moment I made contact, a vision flashed before my eyes. I saw a vast, underwater world, dark and infinite. Strange, glowing plants swayed in the currents. And enormous creatures, like twisted fish with human faces, swam past me. Their eyes were black and hollow, and they moved in rhythmic patterns, as though they were dancing to a song that only they could hear. And then, in the distance, I saw a figure, tall, cloaked in shadows. The figure reached toward me, and I felt its presence, heavy and suffocating. Its touch was like ice on my skin. The vision faded as quickly as it had come, leaving me gasping for air. I stumbled back, my heart racing. The tree in front of me now seemed to pulse with life, its roots crawling slowly across the floor, reaching toward me as if it had come alive in response to the vision. I ran. I don't remember how I got back upstairs, but I locked myself in my apartment and sat there, staring at the walls, shaking. The noise, the visions, they were too much. I couldn't escape it. I couldn't escape the strange presence that had attached itself to me, to this apartment, to the very fabric of my reality. In the days that followed, I tried to leave. I attempted to sell the bonsai, the jar, even the apartment, but every time I made a move to do so, something would stop me. The smell, the hum, the growing sense that I was being watched, they all lingered. I couldn't even escape it in my dreams. The red corridor, the distant violin music, the tree in the basement, they followed me into my sleep. I woke up, drenched in sweat, with the feeling of something unseen, watching from just behind me. I'm trapped. Caught between worlds, between what's real and what isn't, between the present and something much older, much darker. And no matter how much I want to forget, to move on, I know it's not over. Because whatever is happening, whatever force is behind the growing tree in my basement, isn't just part of my apartment, it's part of me now. And I fear that, just like the violin, it has become a part of my soul. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. This wasn't something explainable. Each time I watered the bonsai, it felt as if the very air shifted. The scent of damp earth grew more intense, overwhelming everything around me. And the walls began to hum in resonance. The vibrating pulse of the cocoon seemed to echo with that rhythm of my heart, as though it had linked to something deeper, far more ancient. The sensation of being watched became unbearable. Every corner of the apartment seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something. Even in the daylight, I found myself glancing over my shoulder, convinced that the shadows were alive, creeping closer. It wasn't just the bonsai anymore. It was as though the entire apartment had become a vessel for whatever dark force had taken root here. One evening, after another restless day of watching the cocoon slowly pulsate and swell with sinister energy, I decided to confront the source of the power. I couldn't shake the thought that whatever this thing was, it was tied to the very nature of the bonsai itself. Something older than the plant and older than the building itself. Something that had been there long before I ever moved in. I ventured to the back of my apartment building, into the small, neglected courtyard. There, behind the rows of overgrown ivy and cracked stone, I found an old, rusted water tank. I had never paid it much mind, as it was so far out of the way. But now it beckoned with an eerie presence. As I approached, the pulsating in my chest quickened, sinking with the rhythmic thrum of the bonsai inside. The tank was covered with thick vines, their roots winding through the metal like serpents. I began to pull them aside, revealing a small hatch. The faintest sound escaped, a dry whisper, like a sigh held too long. When I opened the hatch, a blast of stale air rushed out, carrying the smell of wet earth and something else, something rancid, like the stench of death. I recoiled, my stomach turning. but my feet refused to move. I had to know what was inside. What I found was nothing like what I expected. Inside the tank, submerged in stagnant water, were fragments of roots, tangled and twisted together in a grotesque knot. Some of them resembled the same roots from the bonsai, but they were different, darker, almost black, and thicker than normal. There was something else, too. Something far worse. A mass of writhing shapes, similar to the larvae, but much larger. Their segmented bodies glistened with moisture as they thrashed against the murky water, desperate to escape. As I leaned closer, a horrific realization hit me. These creatures weren't from the earth. They weren't native to this world. They had come from somewhere beneath, some forgotten place buried deep under the foundations of the building. Suddenly, everything clicked: the music, the whispers, the unnerving sensation that the bonsai wasn't just a plant, but a gateway, a harbinger of something terrible. I backed away from the tank, my heart racing as the shadows around me deepened. The ground beneath my feet seemed to shudder, and the low hum from the walls grew louder, more pronounced. I knew I couldn't just walk away from this. I had to destroy the source, whatever it was, before it was too late. But as I turned to leave, the voice, if you could even call it a voice, came again, clearer this time, almost like a command. Feed us, and we will free you. I froze. The words seemed to vibrate in the air, not spoken aloud, but carried on the waves of sound that hummed through the building. I could feel the presence press against my back, pushing me closer to the tank. The very walls seemed to lean in, trapping me in a tightening grip. I had a choice: resist and leave, or give in and feed it. I didn't know why, but I felt myself drawn back to the tank, compelled to do something I didn't understand. Perhaps it was the years of isolation, the creeping sense of helplessness that had slowly overtaken me. Perhaps it was the allure of the promise, freedom from the unknown weight pressing down on me. With trembling hands, I reached into my pocket and retrieved a small knife, the blade glinting in the dim light. I stabbed at the surface of the water, cutting through the darkened vines, my movements desperate, erratic. The moment the knife hit the water, the entire tank shuddered violently. The air turned ice cold, and the larvae screamed, a high-pitched sound that sliced through the stillness, making my skin crawl. The walls began to crack, the floor buckling beneath my feet. The room was no longer silent. It was alive. I was consumed by the realization that I had just unlocked something that could never be undone. The water surged from the tank, spilling across the floor like a rising tide. The larvae, no, the creatures, began to crawl out of the water, their bodies twisting in unnatural ways. I stumbled back, my legs refusing to move as the nightmare I had been a part of for so long erupted before me. My breath caught in my throat as the creatures coalesced into one, their bodies writhing together to form a larger, more terrifying shape. And from the depths of this creature, a voice, no, not a voice, but an entity, spoke again. You have awakened us. And as I gazed upon the unimaginable horror I had released, I realized that it wasn't just the apartment or the bonsai that had been cursed. It was me. I had been drawn into this web long before the first cocoon appeared. The plant, the larvae, the tree, the whispering hum, it had all been waiting for me. And now, I was part of it. But this stillness felt wrong, oppressive. It was as though the bonsai had become aware of my fear, waiting, biding its time before unleashing whatever it had prepared. The room grew colder, and I shivered despite the warmth of the apartment. My eyes kept darting to the corner where the bonsai rested, its branches twisting like fingers, almost as if they were trying to reach out to me. I wanted to walk away. I wanted to ignore it, to live my life without this creeping terror shadowing me. But I couldn't. Something kept me rooted to the spot, a pull so strong that it made My muscles stiffen as if the bonsai itself were controlling my body. The next morning, the stillness was broken. I awoke to a sharp clattering noise from the kitchen. The unmistakable sound of cabinet doors creaking open and shut in a slow, deliberate rhythm. My heart leapt into my throat as I rushed to the source of the noise. The kitchen sink was alive, with movement. The larvae, no longer content to remain hidden, had crawled out in droves, coating the drain like a living, writhing blanket. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me, but something inside me pushed it aside. This was no accident. This was the next stage of whatever grotesque life form had emerged. The sight of the writhing mass was horrifying. But there was something else, something far darker, that stirred in the back of my mind. I wasn't just watching a biological process. I was witnessing a transformation. One that had already begun to involve me. My own pulse quickened as the water from the sink began to stir, the liquid bubbling as though alive, vibrating with some unseen energy. I could feel it deep in my bones, a sensation I could only describe as being pulled towards the core of this strange new existence. In the midst of the chaos, I noticed something chilling, a small, translucent figure, a miniature version of the bonsai, growing rapidly amidst the larvae. It seemed to pulse with an otherworldly glow, its roots extending, twisting, wrapping around the edges of the sink. This was no plant. It was alive. Alive in a way that defied all natural laws, living in a symbiotic dance with whatever entity had taken root within the bonsai. Panic surged through me, and I bolted back, away from the sink. The air felt thick, as though something was closing in. The temperature in the apartment plummeted, and I struggled to breathe. This wasn't just some freak accident with the plumbing. This was intentional, deliberate. It was like the bonsai had opened a door to something ancient. Something that had been waiting for me. I am now just another cog in its cycle. That night, the apartment felt suffocating, every corner shadowed, every crevice filled with a chilling unease. The water from the sink hadn't stopped moving, it was as though the entire building was alive with the vibrations of the larvae, crawling, feeding, growing. I had no choice but to go back to the bonsai. My hand reached for it, as if it were being guided by something deeper, darker. As soon as I touched the base of the plant, the entire room seemed to pulse in sync with the beat of my heart. The air felt heavier, thick with anticipation. The same voices from my dreams, the ones that had whispered "Cultivate us and we feed your calm," echoed in my mind once more. This time, however, the words weren't just whispers. They were demands, urgent and insistent. I had to make a choice. Feed it, or face the consequences. I don't know how much longer I can hold out. Every part of me screamed to destroy it, to rid myself of this nightmare. But some part of me, the part that felt the pull of those strange, shifting shadows, knew that to destroy the bonsai would mean unleashing something far worse than I could imagine. And so, I watered it again. Just 3 drops. Just enough to feel the weight lift from my chest, just enough to stop the shaking in my hands. As the droplets touched the soil, the air around me seemed to calm. The humming ceased, the shadows receded. And in their place, a strange sense of peace enveloped me. For a brief moment, I thought maybe I had broken the cycle. But deep down, I knew this was only the beginning. The bonsai had become more than just a plant. It had become a doorway, a gateway to something far older and far darker than anything I could comprehend. It was feeding on my fear, on my curiosity. Each drop, each touch, each moment I spent in its presence drew me deeper into its grip. I didn't realize how far gone I was until it was too late. The next time I touched the bonsai, I could feel the roots shift beneath my fingers, as though they had become more entwined with my own soul than with the soil. The wall between my reality and theirs was crumbling, and soon, I would be nothing more than another echo in their endless, living web. And as the shadows closed in around me, I knew there was no escaping what had been awakened. The bonsai had claimed me. The weight of indecision presses on me, thicker than the oppressive humidity of the room. My mind races with possibilities, each one worse than the last. What if I'm too late? What if I've already crossed a point of no return, and these creatures, these things, are no longer bound by the rules of nature? I take a shaky step back, my eyes never leaving the bonsai. The cocoons pulse, as if they can sense my fear, feeding off it. Feeding off me. I glance at the door, but the thought of leaving sends a cold tremor down my spine. How far would I have to run to escape this? Would they follow? I'm paralyzed. Trapped in my own mind and in this apartment. Every corner feels alive. Every creak of the floorboards a whispered warning. The longer I stand there, the more suffocating the silence becomes. Finally, I break the stillness. With trembling hands, I grab the watering can, pouring 3 drops with excruciating precision. As I do, I feel the air around me shift. It's like a ripple in the fabric of reality itself. Subtle but undeniable. The moment the water touches the soil, the entire room seems to throb in sync with the beating of my heart. The bonsai is alive, in a way that no plant should be. The vibrations intensify, becoming almost unbearable. The air hums, thick with something ancient and otherworldly. My vision narrows, and for a moment, I swear I see the bonsai's roots shifting beneath the soil, burrowing deeper, reaching farther than any plant should. I stagger back, my breath coming in short gasps, panic creeping in. I close my eyes for a second, desperately trying to compose myself. When I open them again, the atmosphere in the room has changed. The bonsai is no longer just a plant. It's a sentinel. A vessel. The cocoons shimmer with an eerie, unnatural light, and I feel something inside them stirring. Something that has waited patiently for my care, for my attention, for this exact moment. I want to flee, but I can't. My body won't let me. I'm rooted to the spot, staring at the bonsai, feeling the hum of the larva in the very air around me. There's a pull, an undeniable force, drawing me in. Cultivate us and we feed your calm. The words echo in my mind again, louder now. Demanding. Suddenly, I hear the faintest sound, like something scraping against the walls. A whisper just beneath the surface of my consciousness. It's not the faint hum of the larva. It's something more, something alive. My body shakes, and I feel the first tendril of panic coil around my chest. I turn toward the door, desperate for an escape, but as my hand touches the doorknob, I hear it again. A whisper. A breath. A sound so alien that it makes my blood run cold. Don't leave. I turn, but it's too late. I know I can never leave this place. I can never escape the bonsai, the larvae, the shadows that cling to me now. I thought that by caring for them, I could sever the connection. But now I realize that I have been feeding them, nurturing them, all along. The realization crashes over me like a tidal wave. There's no way out. They own me now. And the only thing left is to wait. Wait for the next phase of this twisted symbiosis, this connection that has grown far deeper than I ever imagined. My thoughts spiral, and I realize that this is no longer just about the bonsai or the larva. This is about me. About the part of me that has become intertwined with them. I'm no longer a man simply looking after an odd plant. I've become the caretaker of something far darker, far older, and far more powerful than I can comprehend. I sit back in the chair, my chest heavy, my mind racing. The larva hums in the walls. The cocoons pulse with life. And I know, with an unshakable certainty, that the story isn't over. Not by a long shot. The next step has already begun. and I'm not sure whether I'll be ready for it when it comes. Each time I sat in the chair, the voice grew louder, more urgent, urging me to write faster, to push deeper into the unknown corners of my imagination. The words that came through me weren't just mine, they felt foreign, like they had been planted in my mind by someone else, something else. I thought at first that I was simply channeling creativity from a new source. But the more I listened, the more I realized the voice wasn't content with mere stories. The more I wrote, the more I began to lose myself in the process. The chair became a constant, inching toward my desk even when I wasn't seated in it. The space around the chair grew colder, and the shadows seemed to stretch and twist unnaturally. I tried to ignore it, focusing instead on the narrative building in my mind, as if the chair's eerie presence was just a byproduct of my creative flow. But I could no longer deny the chill that clung to the air or the way the room felt stifled, as though something was suffocating in the walls. One evening, while writing late into the night, the chair creaked. But this time, it wasn't the usual squeak. It was a deep, drawn-out sound, like a sigh escaping from within. I froze, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. For a split second, I wondered if I'd imagined it. But then, the chair shifted forward on its own, rolling slowly across the floor. I could feel my heartbeat in my throat as I watched, unable to move. My mind screamed at me to leave, to walk away, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the chair as it came closer. That's when the voice spoke directly to me, clearer than ever before. Sit down. You have work to do. My fingers trembled as I typed the words, a part of me trying to resist. But the fear of what would happen if I didn't listen outweighed the fear of what the voice had become. I sat. The moment my body made contact with the cold metal of the chair, the voice erupted into a frenzy of words, sentences, entire chapters pouring into my mind, faster than I could type. The sensation was both exhilarating and terrifying. Like I was losing control over my own thoughts, as though something was forcing its way through me, carving my story for me. I couldn't keep up with the pace of the words, my fingers flying across the keys in a feverish frenzy. But it wasn't just the words that plagued me. The shadows in the room began to move, slithering along the walls, as though they had a life of their own. The corners of the room stretched and bent unnaturally, darkening further with each passing second. I could feel eyes on me, unseen but ever present, watching, judging, urging me to continue. The cold became unbearable, biting into my skin, and I could see my breath misting in the air, despite the warm light of my desk lamp. It wasn't until I heard the unmistakable sound of the chair's wheels scraping against the floor, closer this time, that I snapped back to reality. I jerked my head up, but there was nothing. Just the chair sitting still in the corner, as though it had never moved at all. But I knew better. The chair had been moving on its own, and the voice, that dark presence, was still in my head, urging me to continue writing, to go deeper. I didn't want to, but I couldn't stop. The more I wrote, the more I began to lose myself in the process. The chair became a constant presence in my study. I'd catch glimpses of it from the corner of my eye, moving just a little closer each day, its empty seat staring at me like an open invitation. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, until I couldn't tell where my thoughts ended and the chair's influence began. The room felt like it was shrinking, the walls closing in on me with every word I typed. It was then that I realized the truth. There was something in that chair. Something older than time itself, something that had been waiting for me to sit down. And now that I had, it wouldn't let me leave. The chair had taken me, consumed me. And now it was guiding me into the stories it wanted me to tell. I tried to leave. I tried to stand up, but the moment I did, the chair would roll toward me, its wheels screeching like a warning. Sit down, the voice would demand. There is more to be written. And I would sit, compelled, helpless, as the story took shape around me, bending my will. My thoughts, until I was nothing more than a vessel for the chair's dark muse. I had no control anymore. The stories were no longer mine to tell. They were dictated to me by the chair, by the entity that had taken root in my study. I was its tool, its puppet. Writing what it wanted, not what I desired. My mind was slowly unraveling, thread by thread. Each word I wrote pulling me deeper into the void of its influence. I don't know how much longer I can continue. The chair is always there, always waiting, always watching. The walls of my apartment feel tighter, the air more oppressive. The shadows in the corners whisper, urging me to write, to continue the tale, to finish what has been started. I fear that if I stop, if I break free, I will never escape. The chair has become part of me now. A part one can never escape, a presence I cannot outrun. It has rewritten me, just as it rewrites the stories. And as I sit here, writing these words, I wonder if I ever truly had a choice. Perhaps, in the end, we are all just puppets, controlled by the things that wait patiently in the dark, whispering our fates into our ears. And maybe, just maybe, that was the chair's plan all along. So I continue to write, my fingers moving on their own, guided by the voice in the chair. And I wonder, with a sinking heart, how long it will be before I'm no longer writing my own story. I stumbled back into the chair, heart pounding in my chest, terror creeping up my spine like cold fingers. It was as if the wheelchair itself had become a living, breathing entity, tethered to me, controlling me. I couldn't escape its pull. With each attempt to stand, the numbness deepened, paralyzing me more, making me wonder if I was being drawn into some malevolent force beyond my understanding. The rasping behind the door grew louder now, a sharp, rhythmic sound like the scraping of nails across a chalkboard. My breath caught in my throat as the chair halted in front of the door. The metallic taste of fear lingered in my mouth, and I could feel the oppressive weight of something ancient and malevolent pressing in around me. I had no choice but to place my trembling hand on the tarnished brass handle. It was cold to the touch, but not in the usual way. It felt wrong, as if the metal had absorbed a lifetime of secrets, of despair, of things meant to be forgotten. My fingers trembled uncontrollably as I twisted the handle, the ancient lock giving way with a low creak that sounded like a sigh of relief from whatever lay beyond. The door groaned open, revealing a narrow staircase leading into darkness. The air in the basement was thick, damp, and smelled of mildew and decay. The faint sound of dripping water echoed from somewhere far below, adding to the chilling silence. I felt an undeniable pull toward the stairs, an invisible force urging me forward, despite the terror gnawing at my insides. As I descended, each step seemed to groan under my weight, the old wood creaking and shifting as if alive. The oppressive darkness pressed in closer with every step, and I could feel the walls closing in, trapping me in a nightmare of my own making. I wanted to turn back, to escape this suffocating descent into the unknown, but the chair, the unrelenting chair, was right behind me, pushing me onward. The basement was cold, colder than anything I had ever felt before. The air was thick with the scent of old earth, of forgotten things, of secrets buried deep in the past. My eyes struggled to adjust to the dim light, and I could just make out the shapes of long-forgotten objects scattered across the floor. Old furniture covered in layers of dust, broken furniture, and discarded remnants of things that time had forgotten. But there, in the far corner, was a peculiar sight, a large, dusty mirror. Its surface cracked and warped. The reflection was distorted, and the edges of the glass seemed to ripple as though something was pressing against it from the other side. I felt drawn to it, unable to resist. A whisper in my mind urged me closer. My pulse quickened as I approached the mirror. The chair was still behind me, its presence a constant weight in my consciousness. It was as if it had a mind of its own, a force that would not let me escape. I felt an overwhelming compulsion to look into the mirror, even though every instinct screamed for me to turn away. When I finally gazed into the glass, I was not prepared for what I saw. The reflection that met my eyes was not my own. It was a twisted version of me, hollow-eyed, gaunt, and wearing a tortured expression. But what was most disturbing was that the figure in the mirror smiled, a slow, sinister grin that made my blood run cold. It wasn't me, it was something else. Something dark and ancient that had taken root in this house long before I ever set foot in it. The figure in the mirror raised a hand, pointing directly at me. I froze, unable to move as the smile widened, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too unnatural. My own reflection began to shift, its features warping, as though the mirror itself was a living thing, trying to pull me in. I wanted to scream, to run, to tear myself away from that reflection. But I couldn't. My body wouldn't obey. The chair, oh God, the chair, was behind me now, the wheels scraping against the floor as it rolled forward on its own accord. The pressure in my chest intensified as the mirror's surface began to crack further, fissures spreading like spider webs across its face. The whispering voices from before swirled in, the air around me growing louder, more frantic. Suddenly, the whispering ceased. A silence that was far worse than any sound descended. The reflection in the mirror was now smiling. With an eerie sense of triumph, its eyes locked onto mine. The chair stopped moving, its cold presence hovering at my back, and I knew that whatever had been waiting for me in the dark corners of this house was no longer just in the mirror. The ground beneath me shifted, and I felt myself being pulled toward the glass. My limbs were frozen, my mouth dry, unable to form words as the air around me thickened with an unbearable weight. The mirror seemed to ripple once more, as if it were no longer a reflection, but an opening. A gateway to something far darker, far more ancient than I could ever have imagined. The last thing I saw before I lost consciousness was the reflection in the mirror, now standing behind me, its fingers brushing lightly against my shoulder. The whispers resumed, but this time they were no longer just words, they were commands, demands. And I knew then that I had crossed a line, one that could never be uncrossed. I was no longer just a writer seeking inspiration. I had become part of something far more sinister. A vessel for the darkness that had always been lurking, waiting for the right moment to claim me. And now, that moment had arrived. The chair, the mirror, the whispers, they were all bound together in a terrible harmony, a fate I could not escape. The last remnants of my sanity slipped away as the mirror's surface rippled again. And then, just as suddenly as it had all begun, everything went dark. Days passed in a blur of heightened anxiety and sleepless nights. I became obsessed with the chair, watching it as if it might leap to life at any moment. Every time I glanced over, it seemed to be a little closer, its dark metal frame lurking just out of my direct line of sight. The whispers in my ear, once faint, were now a constant presence, urging me to write, pushing me to continue. It was as if my creativity was the price of my sanity. And I was paying it willingly, no longer certain if I had any other choice. But it was more than just a chair, more than a voice. It felt like I was being pulled into a new dimension, one where the line between reality and imagination was irrevocably blurred. At times, it felt as though the stories I was writing were no longer my own, but were being dictated by a force far darker than my own consciousness. The words flowed easily, effortlessly, but each line felt heavier, more oppressive. One evening, after a long day of forced writing, I decided to confront the wheelchair head-on. I would sit in it, see if it would push me to the brink of insanity or offer me some kind of clarity. With a mixture of dread and resolve, I approached the chair, my pulse hammering in my chest. The air in the room felt thick, as though it too were holding its breath. As I lowered myself into the chair, the weight of it seemed to shift. The wheels creaked in a rhythm that felt almost satisfied, as if the chair recognized my submission. The darkness in the room deepened, swallowing the corners, and the chair felt alive beneath me. As if it had always been waiting for me to acknowledge it. The whispers grew louder, clearer. Now forming words that were no longer simply about writing, but about me. "You will write until you break," the voice hummed, cold and invasive. "Your mind, your soul. They're already ours. We've been waiting." A chill ran down my spine. I tried to stand up, but the chair wouldn't allow it. My limbs were frozen, as if the very act of trying to escape was forbidden. The wheels began to roll on their own, inching forward, back toward the hallway. Back toward the door I had long since locked. I couldn't move. I couldn't even scream. The chair moved on its own, as though guided by invisible hands, dragging me closer to the sealed door that had haunted me for days. The smell of burning dust and scorched wood filled my nostrils, and I could hear the faintest scratching from behind the door, like something or someone was trying to claw its way through. I felt my heart pounding in my chest, the blood rushing in my ears, but still, I couldn't move. I watched helplessly as the chair rolled closer to the door, the raspy whispers now filling the room like a torrent. The wheelchair stopped in front of the door, and for a long moment, the air was still. My breaths were shallow, and I could feel the sweat trickling down my back. My hands clammy against the chair's cold metal arms. Then, without warning, the door creaked open. Just a crack. A narrow slit of pitch blackness yawned before me, and I knew that whatever lay beyond the door had been waiting for me for this moment. My body quivered with terror, but my mind, strangely detached, wondered what lay behind it. Was this the source of the whispers? The reason I had been pulled into this madness? I struggled against the chair, but it was useless. The metal seemed to hum with a malevolent energy, its wheels rolling forward again, pushing me closer to the abyss. The crack in the door widened, revealing an impossibly dark corridor stretching into nothingness. The scratching sound grew louder, more frantic. It was as if something was desperately trying to get out, or trying to pull me in. "You can't escape," the voice whispered again, louder this time. "It's already too late." The door opened fully, revealing a staircase that led into the depths of a darkness so complete it seemed to devour the very light around it. The whispering voices were now a cacophony, rising and falling like the swell of an ocean. I felt a pull deep within my chest, an irresistible compulsion to descend, to walk into that abyss. The wheelchair, despite my protests, moved closer to the threshold. It was as if the very fabric of reality had bent around me, and I was now a mere passenger, caught in the web of some ancient force that had long since set its sights on me. My body was no longer mine to control. Every part of me screamed to stop, to flee. But I could not. The stairwell was dark, so dark that I couldn't see the first step in front of me. The air was thick, suffocating. I could feel the weight of the darkness pressing against me, pushing me forward. With every step, the air grew colder, heavier, as if I were descending into the very bowels of the earth. The whispers grew louder still, their words no longer clear, but urgent, frantic. "Follow, you must follow," they chanted in unison. I took the first step, then another, and another. The wheelchair moved steadily behind me, as though it was following the same path. I could feel the coldness creeping up my legs, spreading through my body. The walls of the stairwell seemed to close in on me, the space growing smaller, tighter with every step. My breaths came in ragged gasps, and my heart pounded in my chest. 2 hours 37 minutes and 56 seconds, the whispers reached a fever pitch. I wanted to scream, to run. But my feet were glued to the ground, my body moving of its own accord, drawn deeper and deeper into the dark. And then, just as I thought I could take no more, the whispering stopped. Silence. I stood at the bottom of the stairs, in the heart of that impenetrable darkness, the wheelchair still behind me, its wheels now still. In the suffocating silence, I realized that the doorway I had opened was no longer a doorway. It was a portal, a rift between worlds, and I had crossed into something far worse than I had ever imagined. I stood frozen in the blackness, the sound of the wheelchair's wheels squeaking in the dark like the whisper of something alive. My breath caught in my throat, and the air around me grew impossibly thick, pressing against my chest with each breath. The flashlight flickered back to life, but its weak beam barely cut through the oppressive darkness. The basement felt larger than before, the walls stretching and warping in the dim light, as if the space itself was alive, shifting and breathing. The faint whispering grew louder, echoing from all directions. It was no longer a voice, but a chorus, like many voices layered over one another, speaking in strange, distorted rhythms that made my skin crawl. My eyes darted to the dark corners of the room, desperate for any sign of movement. My hands, slick with cold sweat, gripped the flashlight tighter, but the beam trembled uncontrollably. Every instinct screamed for me to turn around and run back to the safety of my room. But something rooted me in place. Then, a shape emerged from the shadows. It was indistinct at first, but as it grew closer, I realized it was the wheelchair. Its frame was warped, twisted, like it had been through years of decay in an instant. The upholstery was no longer frayed, it was soaked, dripping with something black and slick, almost like oil. The wheels creaked louder now, and the sound was no longer just the usual squeak of metal on wood, it was sharp, like a rusted hinge in the quiet. It rolled toward me, gliding on the stone floor with an unsettling smoothness, and I felt a cold, biting air where it passed. It was no longer the chair I had known, but something that had taken on a life of its own, something that had been waiting for me to step into this moment. The whispers around me reached a crescendo, and I could hear words clearly now. Words that weren't my own thoughts. "You belong to us now," the voices hissed, their tone suffused with dark satisfaction. The words wrapped themselves around my thoughts, pressing down like a physical weight on my mind. "You cannot escape what you have invited into your life. We are in you, and you are in us." I stumbled backward, the cold dread rising in my chest like a storm. My mind screamed to run, to fight, to break free, but my body refused to move. I was trapped in the dim, oppressive space, surrounded by walls that felt as if they were closing in. The wheelchair rolled toward me, its twisted form coming closer, and I felt a wave of vertigo hit me as the floor seemed to tilt beneath my feet. The whispering crescendoed, and suddenly, the air itself seemed to bend and twist. The shadows in the basement surged forward, as if they had gained substance. The walls seemed to close in on me, and I felt a cold wind rush over my body. I wanted to scream, but my mouth was dry, my body frozen. The whispers surged through my mind, drowning out all rational thought, only leaving me with a singular truth: you cannot escape us. And just as I thought I would lose control completely, the wheelchair stopped. The room fell into an unnatural silence. The only sound was my own panicked breathing, shallow and erratic. The light from the flashlight flickered one final time, then stabilized, revealing that the chair had stopped just inches away from me. The dark presence behind it, the feeling of being watched, was overwhelming. I could feel something cold and unnatural pressing against my chest, like the weight of the entire world was sitting on my heart. My legs were numb, and my arms trembled. But my feet remained frozen in place, as though some unseen force held them there. I closed my eyes, struggling to steady my breathing, praying for some escape. But when I opened them again, I saw the final horror. The wheelchair wasn't empty anymore. A figure sat in it, cloaked in darkness, its face obscured by shadows. It didn't move, but I could feel its gaze fixed on me. And in that moment, I knew this was not just some twisted hallucination, but something far darker, something that had taken root in my home, in my mind. "You have invited us," the figure whispered, its voice a distorted echo of the many voices I had heard. "And now you must stay with us, forever. The room grew colder still, and I felt an overwhelming sense of dread clawing at my insides. My heart was racing now, almost painfully so. I couldn't think. I couldn't move. The figure in the wheelchair didn't speak again, but its presence was suffocating, pressing in on me like an invisible force. My mind was numb, my body locked in place. The coldness spread, crawling under my skin, until I could no longer tell if I was in the basement or still trapped in the space of my own mind. And as the figure in the wheelchair slowly tilted its head, I realized that whatever this was, this thing that had become entwined with me, it was not done. It was only beginning. And the worst part was, I knew that no matter how far I ran, no matter where I went, it would always be waiting for me. The darkness had followed me into this house, into this room. And now, it had found its way into my soul. There was no escape, no relief. Only the whispers, the ever-present hum, and the knowledge that I had unlocked something ancient. Something that had been waiting for me. I am now just another cog in its cycle. Bound to the unknown, forever trapped in a story that was never mine to begin with. I tried to brush it off, attributing the unease to the strange quiet that had settled in the house after a busy weekend. But then, as I stirred the sauce again, I heard it. The unmistakable sound of cabinet doors creaking open and shut in a slow, deliberate rhythm. The noise was faint at first, almost imperceptible over the simmering pot, but it grew louder, synchronized with the beat of my own heartbeat. Thump, creak. Thump, creak. My hand froze mid-stir, and the wooden spoon clattered against the side of the pot. My eyes darted toward the cabinets, half expecting to see one of the doors ajar, perhaps caught by a draft. But there was nothing there. No breeze, no movement, just the steady, unnerving rhythm of the rattling doors. It felt as though something was trying to draw my attention, guiding me towards them. I set the spoon down, my pulse hammering in my ears, and cautiously approached the cabinets. The rattling stopped the moment my fingers brushed the edge of the countertop, and the sudden silence was almost worse than the noise. I peered into the dim light, my gaze flicking between the cabinets, searching for any sign of what could have caused the sound. There was nothing. My heart continued to race, but I forced myself to open the cabinet doors one by one. Nothing unusual. Just the stacks of dishes and jars of spices. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been tampering with them, some unseen hand moving them just slightly out of place. I closed the cabinet doors and returned to the stove, but I couldn't focus on the sauce anymore. My mind raced with questions I couldn't answer. Why had I heard the rattling? What was it trying to tell me? That night, I slept fitfully. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the cabinet doors rattling, the rhythmic thumping in sync with my heartbeat. It felt like a warning, a message I wasn't yet able to decipher. In my dreams, the doors swung open wider and wider, revealing shadows that stretched toward me with dark, skeletal fingers. The next morning, I woke up to the same unsettling silence in the house. I tried to shake off the lingering unease, convincing myself it was just stress, that the rattling was a product of my own imagination. But when I went into the kitchen, the smell of the sauce still clung to the air, and there, on the counter, I saw something that made my stomach lurch. A single wooden spoon, the one I had been using the night before, was lying across the kitchen floor, just a few feet away from where I had left it. It hadn't been there when I went to bed. I knelt to pick it up, and as my fingers brushed the worn surface, I felt a faint, unnerving chill run down my spine. It was as if the spoon had been waiting there for me, placed in exactly the spot where I would find it. My thoughts raced. Could someone have entered the house? Had I been so tired that I had moved it myself without remembering? But that didn't explain the rattling of the cabinets, or the unnerving silence that had settled into every corner of the house. My nerves were starting to fray. I couldn't shake the feeling that something in the kitchen, something within the cabinets, was watching me, waiting. Over the following days, the cabinet doors would rattle again. Not every day, but at random intervals, always when I was alone. I tried to ignore it, chalking it up to the house settling, maybe some old mechanism in the cabinets making noise. But the pattern was too specific. The rattling always coincided with moments when I was on the verge of making a decision, as if something was trying to influence my choices. One evening, I decided to confront it. I waited until the rattling began, then walked to the cabinets with purpose, feeling the weight of every step, each heartbeat louder than the last. This time, I was determined to find an explanation, to face whatever was causing the disturbance. But when I reached the cabinets, I didn't open them. I stood still, listening, waiting. The rattling grew louder, almost deafening, and I felt a strange sense of powerlessness. It was as if the noise was no longer just a sound but a force in itself, something that could reach into my thoughts, shape my actions, twist my reality. The air thickened, and I was certain that something was in the kitchen with me. Something I could neither see nor understand. Suddenly, the noise stopped. A silence fell over the room, so deep it felt unnatural. I stood there, heart racing, breath shallow. Then, without warning, the cabinet doors creaked open on their own, as if an invisible hand had gently nudged them. I reached out to close them, but before I could touch the wood, I saw something inside. The shelves were empty, except for a single object, an old jar, cracked and stained with something dark. It sat there, untouched, as though it had always been there, waiting. A sickening feeling crawled up my spine as I stared at it, knowing that I had never placed it there, never seen it before. The jar glimmered faintly in the dim light, like it was calling to me. Without thinking, I reached for it, my fingers trembling as they wrapped around the cool glass. The moment I lifted it, the air shifted again, as if something had been disturbed. A low hum filled the room, vibrating through my chest. I quickly placed the jar back on the shelf, but the sensation didn't fade. Instead, the hum seemed to deepen, resonating in my bones. The kitchen grew colder, the shadows seemed to stretch longer, and I felt as though I had crossed some line. The jar, whatever it contained, was no longer just an object. It was a part of something larger, something I didn't understand. I backed away from the cabinets, and as I turned to leave the kitchen, I heard the rattling again. Only this time, it wasn't coming from the cabinets. It was coming from the jar. The moment I stepped outside, my heart thudded violently in my chest. The trash can was a temporary relief, but the fear was still there, hanging in the air, refusing to leave. As I closed the door behind me, I felt the weight of an invisible gaze upon me. It was as though something was still in my kitchen, watching me, waiting. The house felt off balance, and I wasn't sure whether it was my imagination or something darker at play. As the weeks passed, the rituals continued. Each Sunday marked by the same bizarre cycle. The pat on the back when things went right, the slamming doors when I failed, the metallic rattling from the drawers, as though something within the kitchen wanted perfection. I tried to ignore it, tried to live a normal life, but the air in the house had changed. It was thick with pressure, like the very walls themselves were holding their breath, waiting for me to make a mistake. One night, after several failed attempts at making dinner without the kitchen intervening, I decided I would stop cooking altogether. I would refuse to give in to whatever strange force had latched itself onto my kitchen. I was certain that the next mistake I made would be the final straw. That night, I sat in the living room, staring blankly at the TV, trying to ignore the thoughts running through my mind. Then I heard it. A soft, persistent thumping from the kitchen. At first, I told myself it was just the house settling. But the noise grew louder, more deliberate. Thump. 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 The same rhythmic, purposeful sound that had been haunting me for weeks. I stood, my breath catching in my throat, my feet cold against the hardwood floor. As I walked toward the kitchen, the air grew thick again, charged with an electric tension. The kitchen lights flickered, casting long, distorted shadows on the walls. I stepped inside, my legs heavy, my mind racing. And there, sitting on the countertop, was a new jar exactly the same as the one I had thrown away. My heart skipped a beat. The jar was identical in every way, the same cracked, stained glass, the same heavy lid. And sitting beside it, a note. I hesitated, my breath shallow, unsure whether I wanted to read the words that awaited me. But the pull was irresistible, and with trembling fingers, I picked it up. "You've been neglecting the ritual," the note read. "The sauce is not just a meal, it is a test. You must perfect it, or face the consequences." The handwriting was familiar. But the words felt like they came from something ancient. Something that had been watching me for far longer than I realized. I nearly dropped the note in terror, but the message was clear. Whatever was happening, it wasn't just a coincidence. Suddenly, I heard a soft click behind me. Like a door opening. Spinning around, I saw the kitchen cabinet doors slowly creak open, one by one. The eerie glow of the lamp overhead cast long shadows, making the scene feel like something out of a nightmare. It wasn't just the doors moving, it was as if the entire kitchen had come alive, shifting and changing around me. The jars in the cabinet began to rattle, their contents shifting and swirling, as if some invisible force was stirring them. And then, just like before, the familiar thumping started again, louder now, more urgent. My chest tightened, and panic surged. The kitchen had become something else. A space caught between the real and the supernatural. 2 hours 50 minutes and 1 second, I knew I had to act. I couldn't keep running from whatever this was. I grabbed the nearest jar, ignoring the overwhelming dread, and rushed to the stove. This time, I would get it right. I would perfect the sauce, fulfill the strange ritual that had been thrust upon me. If I didn't, I feared that the kitchen, and whatever malevolent presence lurked within it, would consume me entirely. As I cooked, the kitchen grew warmer. The ingredients in the pan began to sizzle and pop, filling the air with the familiar smell of simmering tomatoes and herbs. But there was something wrong, something unsettling about the way the food was cooking. It felt too perfect, too controlled, as though the stove was guiding my every move, forcing me to continue. I could hear the faint whispering again, just beyond my ear. It wasn't clear, but the message was unmistakable: perfect it, or we will take it all. I could feel the weight of the words pressing down on me. Sweat beaded on my brow, my heart racing. But I couldn't stop. I stirred the sauce, adjusted the heat, each motion feeling dictated by a force I couldn't comprehend. Finally, after what felt like hours, the sauce reached the perfect consistency. The kitchen fell silent. The doors stopped rattling. The air seemed to clear. I stood there, frozen, watching the sauce bubble gently on the stove. My hands shook, but I felt a strange sense of relief. I had done it. I had perfected the sauce. But then, as I set the spoon down, I felt it again, a firm pat on my back. This time, it was warm. It was comforting, like a mentor's praise. But deep down, I knew that this was no simple accolade. I had passed the test, but at what cost? I couldn't shake the feeling that I was now bound to whatever force had been guiding me, bound to the ritual of perfection. I walked away from the stove, my mind racing with questions. What was it that had been watching me? What had I truly awakened in that kitchen? The sense of accomplishment I felt was quickly overshadowed by an overwhelming dread. The kitchen, now eerily silent, felt like a prison, and I wondered if I would ever truly escape its grasp. And that was when I realized the horrifying truth. The kitchen, the ritual. The pat on my back, it was all part of something much larger. A game, a test. A twisted journey I had unwittingly become a part of. And no matter how far I ran, no matter how hard I tried to leave, I knew it would always follow me, waiting for me to make my next mistake. The kitchen, now quiet, held its breath, waiting for me to return. The ritual had become suffocating, and no matter how perfect the sauce or how pristine the dish, it was never enough. The pat on the back, the faint, hot pressure that would pulse against my back, only added to the unease. It was as if the kitchen was trying to shape me, mold me into something it desired, but each success only led to more demands. Every meal had to be better than the last, or the consequences would be worse. The bruises were becoming more pronounced now. They weren't just handprints. They were full impressions, deep marks that seemed to imprint themselves on my skin with every cooking session. The more I tried to ignore the kitchen, the worse the physical signs became. Even when I wasn't cooking, I would catch glimpses of the hand-shaped marks on my skin in the bathroom mirror, feeling them burn into my flesh like the memory of an unbearable touch. It wasn't just the bruises, it was the voices. I'd hear them in my sleep. Whispers on the edge of my consciousness, telling me how to adjust the seasoning. Reminding me that perfection was mandatory. The voices grew louder each night. So loud I could hear them even while awake. Sometimes they whispered in my ear. Other times they seemed to emanate from the pots themselves, murmuring ingredients and techniques. It was as if my kitchen had become my only connection to the world outside. A place I could not escape from, no matter how much I longed to leave. One particularly brutal night, the kitchen seemed to take on a life of its own. The stove flared with an unnatural heat, and the cabinets rattled with fury. I was making a simple tomato soup, a meal I thought would be an easy escape from the elaborate dishes I'd been preparing in desperation. But as I stirred the pot, the air around me thickened. The faint whispers grew into a chorus, commanding me to get it right, to make the perfect soup. If I didn't, the consequences would be dire. Panic clotted me, but I kept stirring, watching the liquid swirl in the pot. My heart pounded, and sweat soaked through my clothes. I tried to ignore the thumping in my chest, the unshakable feeling that the kitchen was testing me. As I added the salt, it happened. The pot bubbled and hissed violently, splashing over the sides like a raging storm. A chill ran down my spine as the entire kitchen seemed to warp, the walls closing in on me. The whispering voices reached a fever pitch. With a final, guttural noise, the pot slammed itself off the burner, sending a jolt of terror through my entire body. The air smelled metallic, and the scent of burnt food filled my nostrils. But it wasn't just the food, it was the kitchen itself, angry at my failure. The cabinets slammed open and shut as if they were alive, judging me, demanding more. I froze, paralyzed by fear. The kitchen had turned on me. I stumbled back toward the door, desperate to escape, but it was as though the walls themselves were closing in. The voices grew louder, more insistent. They weren't just guiding me anymore. They were controlling me. My heart raced, my hands shaking violently as I reached for the door handle. I had to get out, but the kitchen had already claimed me. As I opened the door and stepped into the hallway, the house seemed to exhale a breath, as though it were alive, breathing in sync with me. The faint sound of the kitchen doors slamming behind me was the last thing I heard before the world went still. My mind raced, but my body felt numb. I knew then that the kitchen would never truly let me go. It had taken root within me, and I had no choice but to keep feeding it, feeding that insatiable hunger for perfection. I thought about leaving, abandoning the house, but I knew it would follow me. The kitchen wasn't bound by walls or doors, it had latched onto my very soul, feeding off my need to create, to cook, to be perfect. And no matter where I went, The echoes of those voices would follow me, reminding me of the cost of failure. The true horror was that I wasn't sure anymore if the kitchen was the one controlling me or if I was the one controlling it. Every day, I would feel the pull back to the stove. The demand for perfection pressing on me. I could hear the faint echo of that hot, comforting pat on my back whenever I succeeded. But I also felt the terrifying, invisible hand that would rise to slap me into submission when I failed. The kitchen was always there, waiting, watching. I couldn't escape it. I could only cook. And I could only try to please it. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. How much longer I can continue to cook, to feed this thing inside me, before it consumes me completely. But for now, the kitchen waits in silence, its doors open, its whispers soft and inviting. It's not done with me yet, and I know that one day, it will call me back to face it again. And this time, I may not be able to run. But just as I allowed myself a moment of relief, the air shifted again. The kitchen, once stifling, now felt oppressively empty. The silence heavy with an unspoken presence. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, waiting. My heart pounded as I stared at the plate, its contents perfectly arranged. Yet I knew it was not for me. I reached for the plate, but before I could touch it, I felt a sudden chill at the back of my neck. The temperature had dropped. And I realized with horror that the kitchen had become more than just a space of food and function. It had transformed into something sacred, a place of judgment, a place where every action, every step I took, was scrutinized by an unseen force. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry. But I couldn't leave. The plate remained untouched on the countertop, the food cold under the kitchen's watchful eyes. I glanced at the cabinet doors, which had stopped creaking. And for a brief, terrifying moment, I thought I saw the faint outline of fingers pressed against the wood, gently tapping. The whisper began again, so faint at first I could hardly make out the words. It was soft, seductive, urging me to take the first bite, to prove I could appreciate the perfection I had created. I hesitated, my stomach churning with unease. I reached out, my fingers trembling, the taste of iron in my mouth. As my hand hovered over the plate, the whisper grew louder, more insistent. As though the kitchen itself was speaking, guiding me, reminding me that only perfection would appease it. A cold, clammy sweat beaded on my skin as I finally brought the fork to my mouth. The first bite was flawless. Unbelievably so. The flavors danced on my tongue, sharp, complex, and yet perfectly balanced. But the moment I swallowed, I felt a shift, a ripple in the air, a tightening around my chest. The satisfaction from the bite quickly turned sour. The kitchen shifted again, the light above flickering in irregular bursts, casting strange, jagged shadows on the walls. The weight of the room pressed down harder, as though the walls were slowly inching inward. I looked at the plate, and then back at the cabinet doors, which now creaked open once more. The symbols I had seen before, those ancient, twisted lines, appeared again on the backs of the doors, slowly burning themselves into the wood like a searing brand. My breath caught in my throat as the whispers grew louder, forming words now. Words I could no longer ignore. Feed us. Complete us. Perfect, the ritual. The pressure in my chest grew unbearable. I staggered backward, my eyes wide with panic. My stomach twisting in on itself as I felt myself fall back into the chair behind me. Something within me snapped. The overwhelming urge to escape gripped me like an iron vice. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't move. My reflection in the nearby cupboard seemed warped, distorted by the trembling light. For a brief moment, I saw something in the glass behind me, someone. The figure of a person, not entirely human, their outline blurry, their face obscured by shadows. I spun around, heart pounding, but found nothing. The room was empty. The silence had returned. But it was different now. The silence wasn't peaceful, it was oppressive, suffocating. I glanced at the plate again. And the food seemed wrong. A layer of something dark, unnatural, had formed on the surface. Like oil floating on top of water. My breath hitched as I realized this was not just food. It was a vessel. A token. A lure. I backed away from the plate, knowing that I had passed some point of no return. But there was no escape. I knew it now. I was bound to this kitchen. To these demands. Even if I left, the whispers would follow, the weight would follow. This unholy contract would follow me. The kitchen had claimed me, and I could never truly leave. My eyes flicked back to the cabinet doors, still creaking open and shut. Their burned symbols glowing faintly. A single thought burned through my mind like a branding iron. This is only the beginning. I froze, the trunk lid still raised in my shaking hands. My mind raced, desperately trying to rationalize what I was seeing. The ashes were cool to the touch, but the edges seemed to shift and twitch as though alive. My stomach churned. A mixture of nausea and confusion roiling in my gut. This couldn't be real. It couldn't. The grin etched into the pile of ashes looked almost too deliberate. It was mocking. A twisted smile that hinted at some sort of ancient knowledge, something malevolent hiding within. The very contours of that blackened figure. I slammed the trunk shut, panic flooding through my veins. My breath was shallow, and the world around me seemed to lose focus. I stumbled back toward the house, hands trembling, heart racing, convinced that I had just witnessed something impossible. For the next few days, I couldn't shake the feeling that the car was somehow waiting. It was no longer a means of transportation, but something else. Something with intentions I couldn't understand. Every time I passed by it, I felt a strange pull. As though the car itself was calling to me, drawing me back to the trunk, to the ashes. To whatever it was that lurked within. At night, I would lie awake, eyes wide open. Staring at the ceiling, trying to ignore the distant echo of that hollow knocking. I wondered if I had imagined it. Maybe it was just stress, too many sleepless nights. But the memory was too vivid. The sulfuric scent, the vibrations, the dark figure in the trunk. It felt like something far more real than a mere figment of my imagination. 3 hours 2 minutes and 23 seconds, the car remained in my driveway, its presence unbearable. I couldn't bring myself to go near it. Every time I glanced outside, I would see it sitting there, seemingly motionless. But I knew better. I knew it was waiting for me to make the next move. I couldn't run from it. Forever. A week later, I finally gave in. I had to know. I had to understand what was happening. I walked back to the car with slow, deliberate steps, my hands clammy, heart thudding in my chest. The car looked the same of quiet, unassuming, but I knew it wasn't. Something was inside. Something that had waited too long, something that had grown too powerful. My hands trembled as I approached the trunk, the same sickly odor hitting me as soon as I got close. It wasn't burnt rubber or gasoline, but something far worse, something ancient. As though the very car was exhaling death itself. My fingers brushed the cold metal. And I felt an electric shock run up my arm, a jolt that made my skin tingle. I opened the trunk slowly, my breath caught in my throat, expecting to find the ashes again. But this time, it wasn't ashes. This time, it was worse. A small, hollowed-out figure, dressed in tattered clothes, lay at the bottom of the trunk. Its face was obscured by a dark cloth. But I could make out the unmistakable shape of a grin beneath it. The air around me grew colder. And I could feel an oppressive weight pressing down on my chest. I stepped back, my legs giving way beneath me. I collapsed onto the ground, the cold pavement pressing into my palms. The world spun around me, and for a moment, I thought I might faint. But I didn't. I stayed there, frozen, as the figure in the trunk seemed to stir, just slightly. As though it were waiting for something, waiting for me. I realized then that the car wasn't just a vehicle. It was a vessel, a conduit for something ancient and restless. And whatever had been awakened inside, it wasn't going to let me go so easily. The knocking had been a warning, the ashes had been a message. And now, it was time for me to face whatever was pulling me deeper into this nightmare. I stood, trembling, and slammed the trunk shut, but the damage had been done. The weight of whatever force now clung to me, to the car, was undeniable. The sulfuric stench lingered in the air, clinging to me as I retreated into the house. I locked the door behind me, but I knew it wouldn't stop whatever was coming for me. I fought the urge to turn around, to confirm what I already feared. The air grew thick with the stench, suffocating, drowning me in a heavy fog. The car's interior felt like a tomb, too quiet. Too still, as if the very space around me had become claustrophobic. I had to pull over again. I didn't care that I was driving on a deserted road, I needed to breathe. To escape the suffocating presence that seemed to press down on me from all sides. I slammed the car into park, my hands shaking violently as I threw the door open and stumbled out. The night air was cool against my skin, but the fear was a fire that wouldn't extinguish. My heart raced, my thoughts a jumbled mess. The sulfuric smell still clung to the back of my throat. But I couldn't bear to check the back seat just yet. A few deep breaths steadied me. And I reluctantly approached the rear door, my hand trembling as I grasped the handle. The air around the car seemed charged, alive, buzzing with malevolent energy. I opened the door slowly, expecting something horrible, something unspeakable to leap out at me. But when I looked inside, the back seat was empty. At first, I couldn't believe it. The smell lingered, though, hanging in the air like an invisible presence, making my stomach churn. The seat was still warm, as if something had just been there. I closed the door and stood there for a long moment, unsure of what to do. But I knew deep down, I knew whatever was haunting me had returned. I couldn't run from it anymore. I drove home in a daze, my mind spinning with the impossibility of it all. That night, I barely slept. The sulfur smell kept drifting into my nose. Even though I was nowhere near the car. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the shape of the figure. Made from ashes, its distorted grin mocking me. I wanted to tell someone. To scream to anyone who would listen. But how could I explain? Who would believe me? The next day, I called the auto shop again, but this time I was desperate. I demanded that they fit me in immediately. They agreed, and I made my way to the shop, trying to shake off the overwhelming dread that gripped me. When I arrived, I couldn't help but feel that the car was somehow watching me, waiting for me to step into it. The familiar sulfuric smell lingered in the air as I waited in the shop's lobby. When the mechanic took a look at the trunk, he told me nothing was wrong. He checked everything: brakes, tires, fluids, exhaust. The car was in perfect condition. But I knew better. The knocking, the ashes, the sulfur. None of it made sense. And yet it felt so real. I drove home that day, a sense of unease settling over me. The car wasn't just a car anymore. It had become something else, something cursed. Something tied to the darkest corners of my mind. I felt like I was no longer in control. Like something else was pulling the strings. Weeks passed, but the sensation never faded. I couldn't escape it. Every time I sat in the driver's seat, I felt a presence. Something watching me. And whenever I neglected the maintenance, the haunting would return. Stronger and more menacing than before. I couldn't escape it, no matter how hard I tried. The sulfuric smell, the sound of knocking, the sense of an unseen passenger, they followed me. I had done everything I could to avoid it, but the truth was undeniable. The car had become a part of me, a tether between the physical and the supernatural. The boundaries had blurred, and I was trapped in the middle, caught in an endless loop of fear and longing. Now, I don't know if I'll ever be free of it. Maybe the car will always haunt me. Always be there in the background, whispering to me when I'm least prepared to listen. It's not just the car anymore. It's everything. The knocking, the smell, the figure in the trunk. They're with me always, lurking just beneath the surface, waiting to be acknowledged. And I can never escape that feeling of being watched, of being judged, of being haunted by something that shouldn't be. The more I think about it, the more I wonder if I'll ever truly be free of the thing that's following me. Or if, one day, it will claim me entirely.